On your mark. Get set. Go!
And fabulous prizes may go to these people today if they know when the price is right. Betty Rowland, come on down. Aaron Barrow, come on down. Cindy Appleton, come on down. Cheryl Cummings, come on down. You are the first four contestants on The Price is Right. And our pinch hitting today for Bob Barker is Dennis James.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's try that again. That's the wrong intro.
What do you mean that's the wrong intro?
That means keep playing the video, you...
On your mark. Get set. Go!
Not just
Derp, 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 derp.
you had this whole thing planned, all out, all immaculate.
Then you fucked it up. You fucked it up.
I did. You're the one. Oh, dear Lord. How many times have you heard about talking during the intro? How many times have we done that? We have not. That is not standard operating procedure. Now I would have to start from the whole damn beginning.
The voice of reason will not be seen tonight.
Go ahead, start it from the beginning. We'll be back in another 2.5 minutes.
Take two.
On your mark. Get set. Go!
And fabulous prizes may go to these people today if they know when the price is right. Betty Rowland, come on down. Aaron Barrow, come on down. Cindy Appleton, come on down. Cheryl Cummings, come on down. You are the first four contestants on The Price is Right. And our pinch hitting today for Bob Barker is Dennis James.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's try that again. That's the wrong intro.
Hey, Mary. Our fortune in fabulous prizes may go to these people tonight if they know when the price is right. And Jennifer Rio, come on down. Price is Right. And now here's the star of the Nightline Price is Right, Dennis James. Bob Barker. And now here is the star of the Price is Right, Bob Barker. Bob Barker. Bob Barker. Bob Barker. Bob Barker. Now, here is the star of the $1 million Price is Right, Bob Barker.
Here's the star of The Price is Right, $1 Million Spectacular, Drew Carey.
Here's the host of the new Price is Right, Doug Davidson.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to The Price is Right. Ferrari has just told me that this could be the most exciting show in the history of television.
Davidson was wrong. Who the hell do you think he is? Dawson?
I mean, I do admire some of the Dawson moves, but I got a little bit of a thing to ask there, Mr. Espinoza, before we make our judicial introductions and
Do you
whatnot.
have a question?
No, this isn't for everybody. This is just for him. I noticed the first 6 contestants introduced that were told to come on down in that intro. Did you do that on purpose with this being like Women's History Month?
No.
Good
Good coincidence.
Alrighty then.
Good coincidence. Best quality footage I could find on YouTube.
Dennis James clips are hard to find.
Acceptable reason.
That would have been a lot better had somebody not ruined the intro, but I guess I should take some credit for that. That my dialogue recording over the video was so good that you thought that was me talking live.
I swear. Yeah, no. What did we say specifically about gimmicks developed off air? That it's like, hey, certain things happen. Give us a little bit of notice. These things.
Again, this was like pulled out of my ass, quite literally at the last minute before we went on air. I had the idea earlier in the day, but yeah. And I keep interrupting Harry as he's trying to introduce the show. I'm sorry, Harry, please take it away.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Harry Broadhurst won't be seen tonight, but he will be heard. I apologize in advance. I have a horrendous migraine. The light is physically hurting, so I'm doing this audio only tonight. Good evening, afternoon, whenever you happen to be listening, and welcome to episode 4 of Price is Right month here on Life is Like a Game Show. Syndicated, internationals, primetime specials, and other random assorts. I am your host. I am the voice of reason, allegedly. My name is Harry Broadhurst. Your voiceover artist / gimmick enthusiast eating on air is Brian Espinoza.
Eating on Air is a W2M Net gimmick exclusive and will be seen tonight.
The DSDO, he is your executive producer. He is Eric Watkins.
You're the one who tells me to produce things, and I try to produce things. And I may or may not be sober, and I may or may not eat on air later this episode myself. So stay tuned.
And the man who's going to battle against 1994, Jonathan Nelson.
And I must say, Harry, it is great to be a Florida Gator.
Man, 1994 was not a good year for you, was it, John?
Got 4 seconds, motherfucker.
Nah,
Nobody lives.
I will say that it was not great to be a Florida Gator on Sunday as Xavier knocked Florida out of the NIT. All right, Mr. Espinoza, I'm turning over the reins to this one to you.
All right, Mr. Watkins, I'm turning over the reins to this one.
I'm sorry, we're
No,
not
I
going to
can't
be
do that.
We're not going to be going over clips and things about pricing games like Pass the Buck until next week. Okay?
Pass the Buck, hosted by Bill Cullen in the 70s. That's a different show. We will cover it.
So,
Bob Barker's not pleased, Nelson.
I mean, he's technically correct. The best kind of correct.
We're laying in the shit.
and I was going to say, we're just like, we fucked up the intro, so we're making up for it by laying into the shtick. We're like we turned the shtick knob up to 12.
Well, I don't know.
11.
I don't know if you
earned losing horns first.
I don't know if you're aware of this or not, Mr. Espinoza, but if there's one thing you will come to realize about this show, it is that we are indeed full of shtick.
Is that your new shtick, being full of shtick?
It might be. Because everybody else keeps stealing all my other gimmicks.
I mean, do be facts, though.
Jesus Christ.
He ain't lying. I mean, filling up
Come on, Broadhurst, you set me up for that.
I kind of did.
Filling up the shtick is harder than getting a tank of gas nowadays.
All right, give me my gimmick, then give yourself a monkey.
All right, fine.
Hey, tonight's Life is Like a Game show, totally not brought to you by Nitro Vanilla Pepsi. You can listen to my review on this wonderful, delicious beverage on our Point of Viewer beverage review segment, available in the W2Mnet archives. Speaking of those wonderful archives, Mr. Watkins, why don't you tell the people where they can be found?
Well, not only can you find our wonderful, thorough plethora of shows on the YouTube archives at youtube.com/W2M Network, we are currently live on Facebook, facebook.com/W2M Network, twitter.com/W2M Network, and twitch.tv/W2Mnet. However, if you so happen to take your podcast orally, that's more than okay. We are on an even wider variety of podcast platforms. We're talking Stitcher, Spreaker, Google Pods, Apple Pods, iHeartRadio. You can rate and review us 5 stars on Spotify, Overcast, the whole bunch. You name it, most likely we are on it.
Poor Podbean and CastBox got ignored.
They always get ignored.
Not always, but for this time, I mean, as is, they still got mentioned. And as our loyal friend and true Toby mentions, too damn many. But that's a good thing in this case. You can never have too many platforms.
Toby, if you're going to make a Price is Right reference, you have to do it correctly. That's too much.
Well, actually,
that's next week.
Yeah, what he said. All right, let's get to the actual heart of the show here. So, yeah, the first episode of our Price is Right month focused on the reintroduction to the deep dive, the Bill Cullen era of the Price is Right and Price is Right in popular culture. Week 2 was all about Bob Barker era, including everything with regards to the relationship with Barker and the scandals that came out of it, the runs of Johnny Olson and Rod Roddy, as well as the eventual passing of the torch to our week 3 episode honoree, which was Drew Carey. That was last week's episode here on Life is Like a Game Show. Tonight we focus on the international, the syndicated, and the primetime specials for Price is Right. And since we're not going to give it a ton of conversation, I say we start with the internationals, Mr. Watkins. This seems to be your area of expertise.
Well, I mean, with primarily when you have the international versions, my heart would be in one particular place, but for Price is Right is not. For the most famous of all the international versions, your British, your French, your Spanish, different parts of Europe, you actually go to the wondrous land down under. Not one, but two different runs in Australia. Needless to say, when you're talking about Price is Right and offering life-changing cash and prizes, they definitely fulfilled that for their first run. We're talking, in some cases, showcases worth over $400,000, roughly $230,000 to $300,000 US.
Primetime special level showcases.
Exactly. They offered that on the daily. Then, unfortunately, different sponsors came in and they wound up getting dirt cheap. There was even a bit of a documentary in Australia on the second run of the series and how it was so dramatically different from the first run.
What other locations have had international variations of the show, Mr. Watkins?
Well, if I could get some assistance from someone looking up the non-credible academic source.
Problem.
There's a lot.
You know that non-academic credible source? It's got a lot of information. What does the main page not have? An international section.
You may be on the wrong page then, because I have said international section up on the non-credible academic source.
Well,
and in fact, I will send you.
I had to get off the American Game Show page.
Stop our neck! We're not just talking about the Americans, ST.
You dumbass!
Dude, there was like 10 disambiguations.
Mira. Hoy, esta semana nosotros estamos hablando de el precio es justo. Si usted es de Argentina o si usted es de Colombia, el precio es correcto. O si usted es de Ecuador, el precio es cierto. O si usted es de México, el precio es blanco o atínale al precio dependiente del año. También. No me lo va a cortarse cuando yo voy a hablar de Perú.
Cállate su boca.
Tú no me lo voy a cortarme cuando lo voy a hablar de mi país. Si usted es de Perú como yo, diga lo que vale. Y también, si usted es de los vecinos.
Un segundo, por favor.
Yo tengo uno más.
Está bien, finito.
Si usted es de Venezuela, también ustedes estaban mirando el precio justo. Esto será como uno más.
Chile.
Yo le dijeron Chile.
¿Qué?
Oh, permiso, no, yo no le dijeron. Chile es, diga lo que vale con Soprole, que será una parte del programa más fina del todo el mundo de Univision. Sábado Gigante con Don Francisco.
Muy bien.
Okay.
Esto será
Jesus fucking Christ.
Parte de nuestro show de español para esta semana. Si usted lo quiere mandarnos unas noticias, unos correos, se puede mandar a s.garmer@gmail.com.
Y un mensaje especial para los fanáticos mexicanos. Siempre recuerdas 2-0.
For our non-Spanish speaking friends, here's Jonathan Nielsen with a non-credible academic resource.
Loosely translated, still currently airing international versions, unlike most of those in the Spanish language. In the Arab world, you've got the price game.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I that's all I know is Spanish. Okay, I can't do the Arabic.
On behalf of Robert Hagen, concurred.
Maybe we could get our French speaker above us to do some of those.
First, let me at least get the ones they're currently on before we go in Francais. Bulgaria has a version. I ain't pronouncing that.
Tova Esenata.
China's got 2 versions. I ain't pronouncing those. Croatia's got one. I got no chance there. Egypt, the price is right. Beckham?
Beckham, yes.
At least I would have had a chance at. Lebanon has the price is right.
I have never more specifically felt like the stupidest person in the room than I do right now.
You decided to start on the international trade, buddy. I was not expecting the international trade.
Eric over there just rattling off these different foreign languages.
Espinosa's over here going off in Spanish for 15 minutes.
I mean, I'll disclaim it here. Sure, why not? There might be a new podcast coming to the network where we have an episode in the can to reveal on the first.
Oh, that reminds me.
The man with the of arts degree versus the man here with the of science degree and what that entails as we're evidencing his specialization here.
That reminds me really quick, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but we did forget a kind of a critical disclaimer.
Interrupting me is a W2M network exclusive. Go ahead.
But this is an important disclaimer, so we got to go full screen on this one.
Yes, hi, good evening. Thank you for watching or tuning in to listen to Life is Like a Game Show here on the W2M network. For those of you who are regular listeners, you may or may not be aware that this is the Price is Right month here on Life is Like a Game Show. And as such, our normal episode air running times are currently running roughly double to what we normally anticipate them to be. So keep in mind, we're still in the Price is Right month. This still is expected to be a longer show than normal. And if you listen the whole way through, hey, thank you so much. We appreciate it. But yeah, no, again, please continue to expect, at least for this week and next week's show, longer than normal run times.
Allow me to put this in a topical way, given our honoree last week. For these particular episodes, the run times are made up and they really don't matter.
That's right. It's like Drew Carey before he hosted The Price is Right.
All right, back to the internationals, Nelson.
Moldova got one in 2016. And since the Mexican version was mentioned earlier, the later Mexican host did audition to replace Bob Barker in 2007.
Yes, Marco Antonio Regil. But he did not get a on-screen interview.
Well, probably because he tried to host it in Spanish.
And now here's the star. The Price is Right. Marco Antonio Regil.
Hola,
bienvenidos al Altínale al Precio.
Where's my remote? I need to hit the SAP button.
Bienvenido a la Bob Barker Studio.
Bienvenidos a CBS aquí en el Bob Barker Studio.
All right. Back on track. Back on track, Jonathan. Go ahead. Continue.
Jonathan. I'm surprised y'all ain't trying to shut me up. I'm just waiting for somebody to say. I'm just waiting for
this man.
I'm just waiting for somebody to say it like Jonathan did already. I'm gonna need to hit the SAP button on that son bitch.
We'll go to SAP into Brazilian Portuguese.
Where's
actual Portuguese with 2 versions in Portugal.
O preço certo em juros.
Yeah, I was gonna say I could have pronounced that. Yeah,
I could tell what the difference there was. Hey, Portugal must have adopted the euro.
Yeah, no shit.
Not 1, not 2, not but 3 versions in Romania.
Prețul corect? Spune-mi prețul salbun.
Turkey's got one.
Kachpara.
Actually, I believe the turkey one is pronounced.
A food often stuffed.
Oh, no.
Chicken.
Turkey. Name
Chicken.
the first thing you buy at a supermarket.
Turkey.
And most importantly, Mr. Watkins, name something you take with you to the beach.
Turkey. I hate you all.
All right. Newer listeners, we call that a callback.
Sanction hints around for the closed captioning on Twitch and set to English.
Go back to the Soviet archives and watch the Thanksgiving. Everything will be understood.
God, I'm laughing so hard, I'm choking.
All right, back to it, Nielsen.
Between somebody needs to hit the SAP button on this some bitch and turkey. I'm done. I haven't even had anything to drink yet either.
I have, and yet I can still pronounce all those names.
Now, if you're visiting our friends north of the border,
There's
Canada.
There's a Canadian version?
There were 2 different Canadian versions.
Mr. French, please.
Monsieur Just, a Price is Right, à vous de jouer.
I'm a little disappointed.
Salut les Québécois.
I'm a little disappointed that one of the Canadian versions wasn't in English. I feel like that would be the ultimate bitch slap in the face of the American audience.
The U.S. version actually like the Bob Barker, Drew Carey version, actually airs on English language Canadian stations.
So if you happen to tune on like a CBC or your local CTV affiliate, yes, you would see the Bob Barker or current U.S. version.
I'd imagine it probably does the same over in England on like ITV or whatever.
No, we'll get to that, but because it's worth actually covering a little bit deeper than just a mention. But The Price is Right in the UK is pretty fundamentally different than The Price is Right in the US, specifically Bruce Forsyth's version on ITV.
Whoa. Bruce Forsyth of the Hot Streak?
Yes.
We're going to come back to Bruce's version in a moment.
Because quite a few of these international versions that we're talking about are heavily based or modified versions of the Bruce Forsyth ITV Price is Right.
Including the ones in Australia that aired as early as 1981. Now, believe it or not, Australia was the first to have an international version, as Australia on then ATN 7, which would be the 7 network based in Melbourne, had it hosted by Bruce Beebe back in 1957. That ran until 63.
Wait, an international version of Cullen?
Correct.
Well, I'll be.
All right, Nelson.
Look! These are deep.
You know.
These are deep dives for a reason.
All right, Nelson.
And I
Back-
know the old stuff.
Back to the internationals.
So while we were on the French language, I would mention that France had 2 versions. And the first version just had multiple occurrences, like 5 hosts, is that?
Belgium also has 2 versions.
Oh, the one you're talking about in France is Le Juste Prix, and then you had Le Juste Euro, obviously. Although it ran almost concurrent with Le Juste Prix. And for the Belgian versions, De Juste Prix and Le Juste Prix for both your Dutch and French-speaking viewers. Gotta love a country that has 3 languages.
The Le Juste Prix of Belgium is not the same Le Juste Prix of France.
No. That you're correct. That aired in 2010, where the most recent Le Juste Prix en Français 09 to 15, after coming out of hiatus in 01.
I'm half waiting for Pepe Le Pew to show up and explain some of this to me. Like I feel dumb over here. Continue, Nielsen.
Another one that I would point out amongst the internationals, Indonesia. They have been really on the game show.
Oh, I really want to hear Eric pronounce this one.
Well, the second version of it was
Is
simply,
The Price is Right. Even I can pronounce that.
Yeah, it's only the first one, and that's simple. Tabakaga. Indonesian is not that hard.
I hate it here.
Isn't that the second show in a row where you've had that sentiment?
And speaking of which, they do on Tabakaga use Bruce Price's Right elements, and the later version with the Price is Right name borrowed many elements from the French side and part of the U.S., even using dollar signs until 2008.
Well, that's because there's almost 13,000 Indonesian rupiah to the US dollar. Just displaying those numbers would be ridiculous.
It'd be like Michael Larson going on The Price is Right, or Price Your Luck nowadays.
110,237.
The man has started his homework. More on that in the month of May on this show.
Thank you. Thank
I'm
you.
looking
Thank you.
Indonesian.
Thank you. You're all too kind. Continue.
And I have a question.
Okay, if you're gonna do it correctly.
No, he doesn't get to do it now because he fucked it up. Don't give him the thing.
Okay, I'm not.
Single player showcase.
Well, it's kind of like the nighttime version of it with the range game in Davidson, which we'll get to.
As I stare intently
Choose your
down
words.
at the screen.
Choose your words carefully over there, Nielsen, buddy boy.
We'll get to that when we talk Syndies. We're still focusing on internationals right now.
I know.
All right, Eric.
Harry Broadhurst is going to become a hockey ref by the end of the night. I guarantee it.
And about 4 seconds into that fight, I almost step out.
Fair enough.
Give that man a monkey. He finally makes a 4-second joke, and it's the best one we've had on this entire network.
So, Eric, Bruce Forsyth, take it away.
Well, I have to go back and pull that up. You can't just. You
gotta warm it up a little bit before you. Never mind. Family show.
So much for Harry being the voice of reason. Give that man a monkey.
You know, this is going to sound like an asshole thing to say. We need Harry to have a migraine every week because the man is on fire right now.
I mean, you're not wrong, man.
All right.
I have to take over as the voice of reason at this rate.
Stay in your lane, Nielsen.
Gladly. I am not the man to be the voice of reason. Oh, Harry Broadhurst.
Oh, shit.
The caffeine.
Yes, or hangover, or migraine cure.
The caffeine and the Advil are finally kicking in.
I mean, that is what you take when you have a migraine and you can't afford Excedrin. You drink a 20-ounce bottle of Pepsi and you take a couple Advil.
Did Toby seriously just quote Alicia fucking Keys?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yes,
You're fired, Toby.
Now you see what we have to deal with on a regular basis.
Jesus.
This is why hashtag damn it,
Damn
Toby.
it, Toby.
Then allow me. Damn it, Toby.
There we go.
All right.
And by the way, Toby, the answer to your question is no, no, and hell no.
I didn't see his question. I'm assuming it's in the comment section, however.
Yes. Does this make Toby the voice of reason? And
this doesn't even make you a part of the show, Toby.
well, I mean, he does have a minor point. He can't be fired if he hasn't been hired.
Yes, but he could be temporarily reassigned to shit duty elsewhere.
This is also correct.
to put okay, let's give this a wrestling reference for our crossover audience there. You can't fire me. I'm already fired.
See, the trifecta is now complete. He was waiting for you to give him a damn it, Toby.
I does what I can. All right, Watkins, Bruce Forsyth.
Sir Bruce Joseph Forsyth Johnson, CBE. Yes. Yes. Sadly, we lost him in August of 2017. This man is just, when you talk about British game shows, this is the man, the aura, the absolute pinnacle. I mean, we're talking the generation game, beat the clock. He introduced the thinker pose. Oh, let's see what else. I just have to go on to scrolling right down. Well,
Play your cards right. Bruce Forsyth's hot streak. Bruce's Price is Right.
I feel like Play Your Cards Right is probably a parody on Card Sharks.
I believe you're correct. Yes, in fact, you are absolutely correct.
It just
correct.
technically correct was the best kind of correct. Never mind. Stick heavy. Continue.
scrolling down to his list because man, you talk
yeah,
about
no, I'm looking
TV
at it. I'm
series.
looking at it right now, and yeah, the man has done a lot.
Going
But in
all the way
game
back to
show-
Sunday Night at the London Palladium in 1958. That's how long he was in the game.
Yeah, talking about game shows, you've got Play Your Cards Right was his first one in 80.
Generation game?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yep, 71 to 77.
All right,
Then Play Your Cards Right in 80.
As the resident outsider of the in crowd here.
Here we go. I found.
I'm gonna need an
When
ex.
it comes to internationals, I'm an outsider as much as you are.
Yeah, but
here we go on the.
What is generation game? Give me like a 50 words.
Four teams of two people from the same family but different generations compete to win prizes.
So like Family Feud, but only 2 members instead of 5?
It kind of looks more like a Double Dare physical challenge, beat the clock style thing.
But is it a stunt show like those? Or is
it's
it
a stunt
like...
show.
Okay, so it's not like a trivia trap juniors versus seniors.
No.
Okay.
Or
That's
juniors.
the term I was looking for. It's a stunt show. So Bruce Forsyth in game shows. Sunday night at the London Palladium, he hosted a 15-minute segment of Beat the Clock. He then did the Generation Game. After that, he did... Here we go. He did Play Your Cards Right, which was the UK version of Card Sharks. Then he came over to the US and did Bruce Forsyth's Hot Streak on ABC.
Again, gonna need an explanation here. I'm unfamiliar.
And then he did the
Hot Streak can get an episode in itself. There's a lot there.
Just give me like the Cliff Notes or explanation of the show. Someone, anyone.
I think Word almost like Password meets Telephone.
Never seen Telephone either. I do know Password.
Anyways, let's get to the prices right here, which is kind of our goal.
No, I think he means telephone like the old schoolhouse telephone.
Correct.
Okay, so like you tell a sentence to somebody and they tell a sentence to somebody and you see how much it gets retained. Okay, back to Forsyth. I'm just trying to learn here as we continue.
I've never seen Hot Streak either, so I was literally synopsis from the non-credible academic source. So yeah, he did Hot Streak, then he did The Price is Right. Unsuccessful game shows included Takeover Bid, Hollywood or Bust, and Didn't They Do Well?
Also, You Bet. Well, yes, You Bet. He was the first host of that series.
The man's done a fuck ton of stuff.
Yes. Which is why he isn't just why he just isn't a member of the Order of the British Empire. He is a commander of the Order of the British Empire.
Hence the CBE. Okay, so can we pull up a clip of the? Can we pull up a clip of the Forsyth version of Price is Right from overseas here? Do you? Anybody want to pop on YouTube and grab a clip real quick?
I will do my best.
I got it.
Well, yeah, because Espinosa can screen share easily.
It does have the better setup for that.
I'm curious as to how the British version of it worked, because I've never seen any international edition of Price is Right.
Nor have I.
Not even.
Well, I found an episode of the Leslie Crowther Price is Right.
Not even any of the original Australian episodes. Not from the 50s, of course. Some of those, you can find them on YouTube.
I've got a 95 premiere. Oh God, that wheel looks weird.
Yeah, that works.
I'm just curious as to how it works in terms of like the come on down and whatever.
There's part 1 and part 2 in the private chat.
Okay.
I do want to see a big wheel spin if they have it, because that him saying that the wheel looks weird makes me kind of want to see weird how so. It's like one of those car crash things you can't not look away kind of deals, you know?
All right. Well, let me go ahead. Share my screen at least temporarily.
Did he just go?
Are you kidding me?
What do you mean? What? What?
Are you seriously kidding me right now?
What?
You heard the theme, didn't you?
Why? You have face. I see face. Please explain face.
The theme that the British used.
Shut your ass.
Was used on a syndicated version, and that's all I'm going to say.
I sense shenanigans afoot. Go ahead and play the clip.
I sense Doug Davidson afoot.
I mean,
oh dear Lord!
Here we go, TV's biggest game show. It's Bruce's Price is Right.
that is the Davidson theme, isn't it?
No, it isn't.
It is.
Now tell me what's wrong with the music you're hearing right now.
Aside from the audio quality, but then again, 1995.
Shout outs to
Da-da-da, ba-dum-ba, 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 ba-dum-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-dum-ba.
Pause.
And I feel a bit extrovert tonight, but enough about me.
No, that was
Let's
a
meet
94 theme. That was not a feud.
So do I have a competing screen share I have to go with, Espinosa?
Oh, hold on, because now I got to cut over to something else.
All right.
I was just going to point out how cute the Bruce's beauty was.
I mean, you're also not wrong, but I'm not going to finish that sentence.
Hashtag England.
Hashtag Hail Britannia if you're going to do it right. But again, I'm going to stop there.
Oh, I would usually, if we were watching the Australian version, I would go hashtag Australia.
Okay, go ahead and cut over.
Straya. Hashtag Straya.
Why are we looking at Ray Combs?
Now go back to and play it again.
Okay. So let me switch.
Are you claiming they ripped off Family Feud Combs era?
That's the claim.
That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one.
Here we go, TV's biggest game show. It's Bruce's Price is Right.
I was talking about the first one you played, which was not.
That is the first one he played.
This is the only one I've played.
I don't remember them playing that. Okay, whatever. We'll move on in a minute.
You
We'll talk about that in a minute. Keep going.
Oh, that better not.
Sorry, I heard Family Feud in my head, and I'm like, no, that's Family Feud.
Yeah, you heard it in your head. We're all hearing Doug Davidson.
Yes, which I have more of in just a moment.
Oh, we're going to get to see the Bruce's Beauty again. Good for us.
Well, I figure why not? If I have to start from the beginning, thanks to another certain someone yet again, as I look straight down to the bottom of the screen.
Whoa! Thank you, Kimberly.
Always a pleasure to
Thank
you.
you, darling. Well, it's nice to see you. To see you.
Turning into a really bad episode of the Brady Bunch over here.
Enough about me.
There's a
Let's
story
meet the
of
stars
a podcast
of our
about game shows.
Monica Krujinska. Come on down.
Kujinska.
Polish?
I'm assuming. I missed the second name.
Okay, Parker, come on down.
Hello, contestant.
Julie Spake, come on down.
Apparently, British women are adverse to wearing bras on game shows.
I refer you to a specific Bob Barker episode from 1980.
I
Did
know.
we play the Crowder before this?
Why is it nice to meet me?
Did we play the Crowder before this?
I think this is the first clip we've played.
Where are you from?
Yes.
Birmingham.
Yeah, and you pleased to meet me?
Very nice.
Well, don't make it sound so false. But you're with a nice group.
Yeah, brilliant.
You're fine. Welcome, welcome. Fine, lovely. How are you? Fine. And I love the shirt. Lovely. Did you make it yourself? Welcome, welcome. And Julie, with the pink jeans on. Oh, it's a really good song, Julie, with the pink jeans on.
It must have been at the first pricing
You
game.
can't, Kenny, don't worry. All you've got to do is be lucky. So, which one of you is going to take this home?
A Junior Jeep. This ultimate kiddie car is battery.
Are we playing along over here, gentlemen?
I guess we're playing 1999
We're-
British pounds.
Dashboard, microphone,
Is this in
I'm
pounds?
utterly confused.
75 pounds.
Right, now each of you will make
I'm
a guess
utterly
for that
confused
item, the
because
one
I
who's nearest
feel like
there,
this wasn't the
going
clip
over
that was
will
just
win
played,
that
but I
item.
wasn't paying
And
full
I do hope
attention.
you're going to join in
Pause.
at home. Right, Monica?
All right, so Watkins is in at 75 pounds. Nielsen?
80 pounds.
I got nothing. I'm sorry. I'm like legitimately, utterly confused to hell right now because I swear I just, unless I am legitimately losing my fucking shit right now, I thought I just saw the Crowder with the feud in my head, unless that was a fucking clip going on in my end because
It could have
I've
been.
got
Yep.
978 goddamn tabs open right now for shit to play later.
Okay, Toby's in at 90 pounds.
All right, since Brian's apparently not playing, I'll go last, and I will say
I'm sorry, I need to organize my stuff here because I'm losing my I feel like I'm losing my mind right now.
what was your bid, Eric?
75.
I'm going to go 65.
Okay.
All right,
Yep,
Toby-
I know exactly what happened.
Toby, you're getting to play this time because Brian's apparently lost his gourd. Play the clip.
You have first bid, okay? What do you think? What's that?
300.
300 pounds? 300 pounds. Julie?
355.
355.
I'm guessing the conversion rate was a lot worse back then.
370.
Actually, the conversion rate was about the same as it is now.
320. Right. The actual. That means one of you is.
Oh, hold the how was it worth that much? Really?
I
Did
mean,
they get that shit from Fingerhut or something?
I mean, those things are usually like $250 in stores.
Yes, but they're talking about that and those prices. Those, if you're converting to US dollars, even in 1995, you're talking in the fours.
I'm aware. Back then, the US dollar was worth more than the pound.
No, the pound sterling has been worth more than the US dollar, but even with those prices at a minimum of 300 pounds, you're talking roughly $400 US in 1995 conversion rates.
Hold the phone. U.S. dollar, British pound historical reference rates from the Bank of England, year 1995. This is September 4th.
Mm-hmm.
The conversion rate on that date, USD to GBP.
Great Britain pound.
Mm-hmm. September 4th, 0.6441.
Flip that around, please. GBP to USD.
Reciprocal 0.6441.
Yes.
Calculator. 1 divided by 0.666441. 1.55.
So a dollar.
1.5.
$1.55 for every British pound.
Yes. So more than what it is right now. I knew my rates in Forex, and it was better back then because
those things must have been super freaking expensive when they first came out. Then play the clip.
I effectively had a Jeep version of this when I was younger.
I had a little convertible one.
Price is 300.
Does Bruce Forsyth have a portrait of the Queen in his pocket?
No, he's just happy to see us.
But how would you like to win 3 of these prizes?
A scooter, a fridge freezer, a television and CDI machine, and a camcorder and case.
Okay.
Cool the pace with this handy.
So far, the show's playing like the U.S. version.
And very economical.
Let's see what game they're playing.
And is ready for the road. This fridge freezer has independent control.
And then we'll go back to Espinosa.
And a meat drawer for flexible storage. And guess what? It's frost free.
Was that a sausage falling out of the fridge, or is you just happy to see it?
And entertaining, you get superb digital quality sound and pictures, and the ability to control what happens on screen via interactive.
Words you won't hear me say often. The blonde is cuter.
Large screen color television with remote control. A superb full-size camcorder.
For once, I'm not going to comment on this one.
And zoom lens. And
well, that's more of a ginger. Oh, it's Danger Prize.
Oh crap! It's Danger Prize.
You can win.
All right, gentlemen, I appreciate the watching of clips, but I would like to remind you we have a lot of show to get to.
Fine.
So what's the difference? We haven't seen one yet.
Mark's episode in YouTube to watch later history.
We have another earlier version of The Price is Right UK to get to.
Mute your microphone, somebody.
Oh, right. He's back now.
Thank you.
And here he is, Leslie Crowther.
No, I don't hear Family Feud in that.
Not yet.
Is this what you were thinking of?
Curtis, come on down.
Okay, I kind of hear it now.
Shane Perigiano, come on down. Martin McAlpine, come on down.
McAlpine?
Sounds Scottish.
Barbara Perry, come on down. You are our first floor contestant.
I mean, you're not wrong, Toby. The farther back you go, the older the crowd gets.
Hi there, and welcome to the third program in our new series, The Price is Right. You know, word must be getting around because in our studio audience tonight, we have
Yes,
people
this
from
is
near and
Leslie
far. We have
Crowther
people
from
Nottingham.
1985. And yeah, okay, so I'm not losing my mind. They legitimately got Come On Down music does indeed sound like the Prices or Family Feud Combs era.
I need a quick second here. Pause.
I'm done. You can cut away for me as I set up for the next clip here.
Yeah, because I went ahead and towards. Before you do, I have the clip to where they're at the wheel.
I have a question about the clip that he just aired. What month in February, or what month in '85?
I don't know if it's said. Hold on.
While he looks that up, show me the big wheel spin, Eric.
January 12th, 1985.
Month before I was born.
85.
Yeah.
Wow. Ah!
Yeah. That's no.
That's an eyesore.
No.
And the values are in different order.
They are. Because
I mean,
on the American wheel, 80 is above 15.
And by the way, your GBP USD needing to be reciprocal for you, Eric. January 2nd of 85 was 0.873.
So you're looking at about $1.15. Well, no, more closer to $1.13 ish.
114.5.
Yeah, so between 113 and 115.
So 300 times 1.14, 1,200, 300, or 3,000.
342. But for the Jeep on
33,420. So $334.20.
Using the 85 conversion, yeah, but that was a 95 clip.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
So the 95 clip at 300 pounds at that $1.55.
Almost $500.
300 times 1.55.
465. Yep, $465.
I'm not teaching the remedials. I'm teaching the high ends this month.
Again, this is the Thatcher economy versus the post-Thatcher economy.
Show the wheel spin, Watkins.
Lovely. Welcome to the Showcase Showdown. Now, this is the wheel.
I'm rooting for the girl on the end. Oh, wait, that's one of the models.
Sorry about that.
I'll root for the girl in the white shirt.
Oh, hey, there's the 100 pounds.
Yeah. Cool. I'd love to live
Yes,
with
Bruce
her.
did have a portrait of the Queen in his pocket.
I really would. This is the wheel. It's numbered 5, 10, 15, and so on to 100. The one who spins nearest to 100 in one spin or a combination of 2 spins.
So they don't specifically refer to it as pence on the wheel spin. It's just points.
Or a combination of 2 spins, we will give you on the spot £1,000. And there it is. Emma, look. She's playing it cool and close to the chest.
Doesn't change in Britain work a little bit differently? Which is why that doesn't. Which is why the cents thing doesn't really work so well.
It's pence. They went ahead and
decimal day, February 15th, 1971.
You motherfucker! Did you just steal my gimmick?
Gimmick infringement is a W2 network exclusive.
There's some bitch right here.
LSD, baby. LSD. Pound Chili's pets. Why did you use D, the Denari E Roman?
LSD, yes. We know you're on acid, Nielsen. Play the clip, Eric.
You are out. Over, you're out. Phil, you're first to go. Reach up there as high as you like with you. Oh, blimey.
Man, he grabbed the fuck out of him, didn't he?
Good, lovely.
That's Bruce Forsyth.
Yep. And no beeping either on this
A
field.
big number if we can.
Thump, 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 thump.
Where are we? Oh, come on.
75 is a pretty good score. He's going to stay. He's going to stay.
You're going to stick. You're going to stick. Okay. I think it's a wise decision. Okay, in you come, monitor. All right, go on, away you go. It must go all the way around it. A good pull. That's it. Come on. That's it.
Boo.
75 to beat. 75
There's
to
75.
beat.
It counts.
75. Oh, a 55. You'll have to spin again. Spin again.
The dreaded death number on The Price is Right.
You want a 45, or you want a 25, or a bit. Yes! 85! 5 you've got, and you go into the lead. Bye-bye. Phil, bye-bye. Bad luck. In you come, Julie. Can you reach up, dear? Can I help
Model
you?
just grabbed her by the chest. Speaking of trying to grab someone by the chest, Bruce.
Now let's see how you're going to do.
The British version of Dawson, pretty much, when you're checking Bruce Forsyth.
I was going to say that. Yeah.
80.
I mean, you're not
Bruce Forsyth is kind of the man that can do no
So
wrong.
You need a
Kind of like
20
Dawson.
or anything, a 20 or.
In other words, he's about to lift her up into another spin.
Off you go there, Julie. All right, madame.
I feel harassed for her.
That would have been nice on the first spin.
Exactly what I was thinking.
So now she's got her 100 pounds, her Jeep, and she's going to the showcase.
Fucker. More
Are you-
on this later, but
The showcase is the rangefinder, really?
fuck your range game.
All right, close it up, Eric.
I am.
Get this mid-90s out of here.
All right, are we doing anything more from the internationals?
Mid-90s, you say. Why don't we cut over to me?
We're not.
Yeah, damn it.
Here we go. It's Britain's brightest game show. Bruce's Price is Right.
Didn't we just air a clip like this?
Yeah, we did.
All right, I'll bite. Why are we airing this? Hello.
You asked for Bruce's Price is Right, and I found some of the most modern Bruce's Price is Right I could find.
Can we
which
go
is
back?
2001.
Can we
go back to the
rewind
model?
back about 20 seconds, please?
Seriously, can we go back to the model?
Meet the stars of our show. Thank you very much. Welcome. Thank you, everything. Thank you, my guy.
There, are you happy?
No, because the view was from behind, and I'm not a butt guy.
I mean, honestly, with something like that, I could really make a good pair of wickets joke right now.
All right, family show, Watkins.
You started it, Mr. Right Below.
Jeez, even Toby's telling y'all to keep it in your pants.
Damn
That's
it,
saying
Toby.
something. Although I can't guarantee that some of us are wearing pants.
I mean, technically, I am for once.
Oh, good. In that case, I can guarantee that we're wearing pants.
Speak for yourselves. Continue on.
Bruce out of here, please.
Yes, go ahead and come off of me while I get ready for the next clip.
All right. Do we have
As
any?
we set up to talk about the greatest syndicated version of
We're
all
going to
time.
do the syndicated versions in order, sir.
You mean Dennis James's version from the 70s?
We will start with Dennis James, work our way to Tom Kennedy, and then I guess I'll let Espinosa have the floor for Doug Davidson.
You damn well butter.
Mother. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Finally. Dennis James, Demi James Sosa, to be technically correct.
Mute your microphone, Brian.
Taken care of. Continue.
Mute that man. Thank you, and I'll unmute myself. The dean of game show hosts, the godfather of game shows, the host of the first network game show on the Dumont network, Cash and Carry from 46.
I don't know if I necessarily can.
You should be able to.
Well, I mean, with the two of you, that's the rub.
That's what I'm saying. You should be able to do that. That should be a thing available in StreamYard.
I don't believe it is.
Yes, I would have to remove the other two of us to give you the screen to yourselves.
That's fine. Y'all can still hear us
Get the heck
backstage.
out of here, you.
Yeah, you can still hear it backstage.
Oh.
Give me the share. Give me my share, not me. There we go.
Ah, Dennis James. Also, the first person to host a telethon raising over $750 million for United Cerebral Palsy through its 5-decade run. First man to appear in a TV commercial. First to appear in a variety show. First on videotape. More than 25 firsts overall from Jersey City, New Jersey. Dennis James.
Jersey City, New Jersey, home of St. Peter's University. More about them on Thursday on the Broadhurst Watkins Sports Report, a presentation of the W2M Network.
The earliest footage of Dennis James on a show you can find nowadays is him hosting OK Mother 1950. I wouldn't even call it a game show. I'd call it more a variety show or call-in show or something like that. Yeah.
Well, Toby, I mean, that could still potentially happen later in the show.
We lost Dennis James in 1997 from lung cancer.
What could possibly happen here is Toby might be getting tendered by resignation.
So, there's not a lot of clips of Dennis James out there. The problem he had wasn't in the prizes given away in that era. As I try to get my non-academic credible source back the proper side of the pond.
Talks about prizes being given away on the show, and here we are with the one bid.
A wall unit, okay. Things were a bit higher budget on the Syndy.
Y'all can hear the audio, right?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Take a deep breath. You look a little nervous. Give us the first bid in dollars, please.
And this version went from 72 to 80.
15, Margaret.
Staying constantly in the 30-minute format the original daytime show in 72 carried until it got the Big Wheel, Showcase Showdown, and Hour Power. And yes, back in the 70s, notice the one-bid colors are not what they are today.
Are we ready? Actual retail price is $1,465,
And Toby bids way too low.
Now you forget you paid $1,200.
You look right at this door. Here's what you can win. Look. A new car.
Bye-bye. 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 Family Feud.
As I focus on Brian losing it momentarily.
Because it's not like I didn't just make this argument 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, but I made it properly of the U.S. version, whereas you screwed it up by playing the wrong Bruce Forsyth version from the UK.
All right, John, thank you very much.
I'd like to actually hear what's happening.
That car.
There was apparently a flag of that play.
5 price tags are, and give you a chance, an opportunity.
5 price
Ah.
One right price.
4 chances to get the price of that car, depending upon how you.
Actually, I think it's officially called 5 price tags.
No, it's officially called one right price.
Yeah.
Wikipedia called it 5 price tags.
I think it went by both names.
I know Barker called it one right price.
This is the game that Manuela accidentally gave away a car on, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep.
He's right. It is false. So you all know.
More on that next week.
One price tag lit up back there, giving you one chance at the price.
Dun dun dun.
On this one, listen to John.
The new Kodak EK4
Yep.
camera.
So James in 1974, as you saw from the beginning, with the flub that Mr. Watkins made on the take one of our intro, the Dennis James daytime, Barker fell ill in late December of 74. The episodes are broadcast around Christmas Day, so he substituted in for a filming day of the daytime version.
Hence the pinch hitting bit.
And did so concurrently while hosting another daytime gig, NBC's Name That Tune, at the same time.
here's the last one now with Janice.
Oh, she's only going to get one shot at this.
Please.
All right. Hamilton Beach.
When the price tags come back, we'll each make our prediction.
Forever, self-cleaning
Eric,
spray, Hamilton Beach.
pause when they bring back the price tags.
Got you.
$31, true or false?
Eric can't pause it. I have to pause it.
She stayed with faults all the way, and that's it. She got
Well, someone fucking pause it.
Now, you see, you got two price tags lit back there, so you get two choices. You want to
But this is also the longest of the syndicated runs.
Pause.
I'm trying to get it the price tags on the screen.
There you go.
And this had 300 episodes, this version. Final one, March 12th, 1980.
Calm down, Nielsen. We're playing a pricing game.
63.24.
67.48.
60-50.
Brian?
62.35.
So
All right,
Brian's in agreement with Toby.
The 59.77, nobody said.
Yeah, nobody has that. I have the most expensive price. The cheapest price goes to
The second
Jonathan.
cheapest I get. The cheapo goes to nobody.
Yeah, nobody picked El Cheapo. All right, run it.
63.24 is her first choice, and that is not it. Now you
I'm out.
No, yeah, that's right. She gets one for free.
No, she got 2 of the 4 prizes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. I saw that at the end. Did I get it right? Nope.
Let's see where it was. Is it
Yep.
Who got it?
Nielsen.
60-50.
Ha! A brand new low mileage car. Just what I needed.
And with the polish, the oil, and everything.
All right,
Oh,
go
and a plug of the home game.
Playing in contestant John, call one.
Michael Effie, come on down.
A plug of the home board game, yes. Because that was definitely a thing for game shows in the 80s.
So to sum up how the 30-minute version went, yeah, we don't need the clip anymore. We can get ready for Tom Kennedy in a moment. You had 3 contestants go up on stage to play pricing games. The top 2 winners are in your showcase round. Showcase plays as the showcase does.
See, I don't care for only 3 contestants playing on stage. I think that's my biggest problem with the syndicated version.
Well, you only had 30 minutes.
I understand that, but if you knock out some of the Gaga, you could probably fit 4 pricing games in.
No, because even then, you would have to run it very, very tight. Because even in the first half of your hour-long Price is Right, yes, they squeeze in that 4th pricing game, but you've got 4 and the showdown, or 4 and the showcase showdown. That's it. So
showcases take a while to explain, because showcase gimmicks were a thing back then. Just like gimmicks here on the W2M network are a thing.
I will admit they did like to do the whole thematic showcases and stuff. So I mean that does make sense.
And one of those gimmicks is playing the fact that you're listening to Life is Like Game Show here live at the W2M network. Where can you find us, Harry? Because I don't know how the rest of this gimmick goes.
Yeah, as Jonathan just mentioned, this is Life is Like a Game Show, a presentation of the W2M network online at W2Mnet.com. In addition, you can find us on all of your favorite audio resources for podcast listening: iTunes, iHeartRadio, Stitcher, Spreaker, Podbean, CastBox, Overcast. Rate and review us 5 stars on Spotify. Make sure you check us out on Google Pod and Apple Pods as well. In addition, you can find us on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. Twitch is W2M Network. Twitch is W2Mnet. I'm still learning this one.
No, that's fine. Twitch is W2Mnet. Everywhere else
is W2M Network, except for TikTok, which is W2M Network 2. Let's move over to conversation about Mr. Tom Kennedy. Maybe bust some blocks in the process.
I do need to mention one more thing about that I forgot about the.
I would definitely take your time with that.
You need a while. Okay. After the 5th nighttime season, 1977, when the contract with NBC's owned and operated stations ended, Dennis James's contract was not renewed. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, wait, that's worthy of
So Bob Barker had to pull double duty for the last 3 seasons.
Oh.
The thing about syndication and that old FCC primetime access rule.
Eric, I'm going to need you to do me a favor while Brian is busy. I'm going to need you to find me a clip of Bob Barker hosting a syndicated episode of The Price is Right. If such clip exists.
That's the rub.
Well, I know a lot of these older episodes, 70s, 80s, and stuff, are very difficult to find. 80s are a little bit more common nowadays with the advent of the Pluto TV, the Bob Barker era channel for Price is Right.
Ah! Well, I'll be.
You got one?
I believe Mr. Watkins is a monkey's uncle.
Yeah, the way you find out the difference between day and nighttime, and this still is done today, the show numbers, if you ever see an episode with a slate on it, if you see a D at the end, that is a daytime.
Oh,
So
you mean
speaking
like
of slate,
this?
speaking of this, hold on. No, I got something
there's
better.
number 300.
I got something better.
Look excited. The Price is Right. N0335 videotape 22686.
That's Kennedy.
Yeah, I was about to say that feels like a Tom Kennedy.
It is a Kennedy.
Yes, get the Kennedy out of here.
Too bad we're going with it.
No, we're not.
No, we're going with Bob Barker.
Because I queued up Watkins for a Bob Barker version.
God, thank you all.
Look, and not to mention, did you really have to find the one where I was firmly watching from inside the belly of Mama Watkins? Really?
Who, me?
Yes. February.
I'm sorry, that was the only one that I could find. Okay?
February 26, 1986. I was born about 4 months later.
I had just turned a year old 2 weeks
I wasn't
prior.
even alive or close to being conceived yet.
Don't find no 83s or else I'm in the same boat Mr. Watkins was in back then.
All right, play the clip.
This is The Price is Right, production number.
For those of you listening on the audio version, this is Bob Barker hosting the syndicated version of The Price is Right, not the daytime.
The finale of Cindy Run number 1.
So apparently an important episode in the Cindy Run for Bob Barker.
Mm-hmm.
Cute, but conservative.
Well, I mean, again, 80.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of the sparkle effect, though.
Bouncy.
Again, 80.
Yeah.
She's cute. I'll point out that most of the
family show.
Just saying she's cute. I will point out that most of these women coming on down at this point are either old enough to be my grandmother or possibly deceased at this point.
Whoa! Tight. Stop the clip.
Oh.
Rewind back to the 4th contestant coming down, please. Who, ironically enough, looks very much like my old man did back in that day. Ugh. And listen to Johnny O.
Oh, we get a second look at the cutie? Cool. Did he just say Dennis Goldberg?
Maybe. Even though Bob was doing both, he still said star of the nighttime Price is Right. Bob
Well, yeah,
Barker.
you had to differentiate the two.
Always. And that's differentiation really happened when they got rid of the new after the first couple seasons.
Are you in a good mood tonight?
So is this basically like the daytime version, just with a higher budget?
Kind of, sort of.
Yeah, pretty much.
So there you had the nighttime version of The Price is Right. Link,
72 to 80.
a link to episode in show description, possibly. Can we do that?
Maybe.
legally sketchy, possibly. Yeah, given
As we discussed in other different episodes off air, we highly encourage our listeners and viewers to go on and perform searches if they want to see these particular clips themselves.
so no direct access will be given. However, these clips do exist into the ether. There you go.
I mean, if we can find them on YouTube, so can you.
Thank you.
More or
Yes.
less. All right,
So-
let's switch over to Mr. Thomas Kennedy.
Cut to 85. 1 year run through to 86. Thing of note that happened in this era, that $100 bill in Bob's pocket became $500 in Mr. Kennedy's pocket.
And would eventually make the switch on the daytime version as well.
In 1998, yeah.
Remember,
Can I hit the button already?
Inflation.
Roll it.
The Price is Right. And
Hold on. I got some words. I got some wise words of wisdom from you, or for you all, here from Rod Roddy.
look excited. The Price is Right. N0335 videotape 22686.
Do we have to look excited?
Yes.
All new show sparkling with excitement because of fortune and bad.
Show the prizes. Show the prizes. Show the prizes.
The Price is Right.
Flash Tom Kennedy. Flash Tom Kennedy.
I mean, I could, but that would be weird, and that would mean you removing pants.
Family show.
Fun fact, Tom Kennedy related to Bill Cullen of all people.
Lawrence Spears.
I think I just spoke Espinosa.
He's gone.
Down. You are the first four contestants. This is right. And now here is the star of the nighttime. Price is Right. Tom Kennedy.
This is a goddamn family show. All right, start talking about the show.
So, Kennedy.
Oh my God.
170 episodes, September 9th, 85 to May 30th of 86. During the 6 years that GSN held the price rights, Kennedy is the only of the 3 syndicated versions to be rerun by GSN.
She flew all the way from Kentucky to hear one of her
So,
say,
here's the problem that plagued the Kennedy era.
This is right.
A new greenhouse.
That old primetime access rule.
Oh, this is the episode I watched in preparation.
Nice. You had a lot of game shows in syndication clamoring for those primetime access slots.
Mm-hmm.
Local stations were bombarded. So, with the crowded markets as they were in Cindy economy, as it were,
Oh,
when
crap.
did this show end up getting aired?
I didn't mean to do that.
Ultra late night to beyond midnight.
Oh,
That was the death knell of the Kennedy era.
Oh, so real quick.
You can go back to me, Eric. I fixed it. Sorry.
Great
To our-
high expectations, didn't quite meet them because of the market.
Treated to resist insects and
Real quick to our main viewer, and we thank Toby for watching.
winner of this greenhouse goes a supply of
And we thank Toby for watching.
late looks.
Nothing I said earlier was not a family show. Well, not about the contestants on the Barker episode.
I think he was referring to the bouncy comment.
$1,200. Florine, what do you say?
That was just me spitting facts.
You're not wrong. You ain't lying.
Oh, interesting thing of note here, though. When we lost Johnny Olson, because it did happen within this year, Gene Wood came in to replace permanent. No rotating guest announcers.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Yeah, I had to like.
So, if you like your Family Feud references, you can steal an announcer from that show
Dave
here
Crackers?
on the Kennedy
Yep.
Nighttime Price is Right. as they're about to play Safe Crackers.
One of your very favorite games. I love them all.
This is one of the games I missed from the daytime version. They don't play this on daytime anymore.
So what do we got in the safe tonight?
The car. Very rarely was Safe Crackers ever played for a car.
You sir need to watch more nighttime. Mazda.
They're playing for a Mitch Trubisky?
Pause the clip. Pause the clip. And give that man the monkey he deserves.
Broadhurst Walking Sports Report every Thursday here on the W2M Network.
Doom the clip.
Did I just get a double monkey?
Yes, thanks to the reverb.
$749. Diane, close that safe. And then after you
Apparently Toby's not a family show.
mark the combination.
Toby is never a family show.
Price of the luggage. The second item you saw.
Damn it, Toby, sharing is caring.
Those three numbers in the price of the luggage are, the numbers are 0, 2, and a 6. I want you to dial the right.
I would say that's $260 a luggage.
I would
602.
I would say that I can't answer this because I saw this episode already.
$260. Turn the wheel, Mark. Turn the wheel once. Now that's enough. Now try that, and if it opens, you
no.
620.
Didn't you?
I was close.
Over here, Mark. Let's talk this thing over. Didn't you hear the audience groaning? They didn't like that at all. They didn't like 260. They liked 620. That was the price. $620. But don't forget, you did win that beautiful greenhouse, and we thank you very much.
All right, kill the clip.
Sorry, I didn't want a Mazda. I already won a car today. So,
Like I said, I didn't answer specifically because that was the episode that I watched in prep work for tonight's episode in order to associate myself with the Kennedy version. Honestly, the Kennedy version and the James version are more or less the same.
So, I got about a year. Flash forward 8 years. The next one only got 16 weeks. Because it even had a harder time finding an audience.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Television.
John, shut up.
We have to make sure that Brian's ready for this conversation before we continue. Brian, are you good?
I think he was born ready for this version.
I mean,
we're queuing up for that. Please don't.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I gave you the warm up, and I keep getting cut off by this man over here. It's supposed to be my voice of reason.
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm having technical difficulties.
That's because
you getting cut off by him helped him go ahead and fix everything.
The guy to my immediate right needed to set up the clip for the version you were introducing.
I thought we were still talking about Tom Kennedy.
We just finished. We just finished Tom Kennedy. We're moving over to the.
I'm sorry.
You're good. That's why.
That man understands.
That's why I tried to stop him from transferring so quickly. So let's go back to the Tom Kennedy edition real quick.
I'm good.
So, if I can take two?
You cannot yet. Give me a second here. Kennedy, of course, would be more famous for different game show iterations, i.e. blockbusters, which would air on CBS as well.
As well as Body Language. Also another CBS show.
As well as
I like
Password
Body Language.
Plus after we lost down Ludden.
I liked Body Language.
I like that. See, I think Password Plus is underrated. I actually like Password Plus.
And even more than that, the $100,000 Name That Tune.
See, I'm not huge on Name That Tune.
What?
Like I get the purpose. I understand it. I think the problem for me is there's that generational gap going back and watching them. Like I go back and I watch episodes on YouTube and stuff, but I think there's a generational gap there where I just sit there feeling stupid for not knowing most of these songs.
It's partly that, but at this point, I'm almost tempted to not get the flight to Idaho, but instead getting a flight to Ohio.
It's a no for me, dog.
I'm a Name That Tune fan, by the way.
Did he really just? Did he really?
Did I really
You know
just
what? Give that man a monkey.
I was already gonna.
available in the archive.
And I'll mute myself so we get less echo.
a Randy Jackson reference from the current edition of Name That Tune?
Which the celebrity edition of Name That Tune is going to be premiering soon.
By the way, if you think we're too heavy on the monkey, and you have a problem with that, and you need a voice
Marty
that
Bass.
word, you can send that hate mail to s.garmer@gmail.com. Like I'm about to send a message over here, throw a flag. And tell this guy his 1994 version only lasted 16 weeks because it was absolute garbage. You got a problem with that? Come at me, bro. I missed.
There was a flag on that play. There were multiple flags on that play. First flag.
Unnecessary roughness towards Davidson.
That's an automatic ejection.
Red light.
Nothing against Davidson.
Second penalty. Illegal use of promo.
All right, go back to the four of us, Watkins.
Rich.
Well, I was just going to say...
Davidson was a good host. They gave him a shit format.
Okay, no,
look. We'll wax poetic about this in about 30 seconds, okay?
We do have something to discuss about the reasoning that this show failed. In a lot of markets, this show was late afternoon / early evening, and most of its runtime occurred during the O.J. Simpson trial, where a lot of television stations were in 24/7 coverage of the Simpson trial.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Am I about to get a flag thrown at me now?
I think we're stealing, to quote a Strong Bad episode of Homestar Runner, I believe we're stealing his email thunder.
I did my research for once. Don't yell at me.
I see that, and I appreciate it, but let me talk about my own.
Okay. First of all, para los fanáticos hispanohablantes,
English.
You would have already heard about where to send your hate mail. Marty Bass, if you speak Spanish, shout out to you. Second of all, as you may have noticed, this particular syndicated version is awfully contentious here at Life is Like a Game Show. This is going to be time devoted to one Mr. Brian Espinoza, who happens to be senior producer, who I happen to also do multiple other podcasts with, for him to go on his soapbox and wax poetic about this, and all fights will ensue approximately 4 seconds after he's done.
You missed something.
Which part?
My headphones are coming off right now.
Oh, no. Okay, no. Are you really going to do a volume warning? Do I really have to put a volume warning?
No.
I mean, did you not see the chat?
I have now.
I have a migraine. Please don't.
No,
you may want to just
hold on.
I'll be nice.
Headphones are out.
Okay, he took them off. All right, here we go. Hit the clip.
Price is Right with Doug Davidson. Show 0015 in VTR date 7/24/94.
Get set, America! It's time to come on down!
I think this is the episode I watched.
From Studio 33 in Hollywood, home of America's favorite game, but the world's most fabulous prizes, it's the new Price is Right! Here's a host of the new Price is Right!
And the best one of all of them, Doug Davidson!
Okay, before you get all soapboxy here.
I intentionally left my headphones out for that little interlude.
All right,
Oh,
pause.
hello.
Let's Ferrari Harris.
Hi, everybody.
Pause.
Welcome to The Price is Right.
Again, I did my research on this one.
Just told me that this could be the most exciting show in
Yeah, this is the one I watched.
television.
I'm surprised you found that clip on YouTube because I've never actually seen this episode before. This is a recent find for me because it's also a recent upload.
Yeah, well, in fairness, my recent watch of this was like 2 days ago. So
again, I'm actually shocked.
I did my research. All right, so back to the conversation of the man in question here at the podium with the skinny mic in his hand.
That's not a skinny mic.
And
That's
there
just
ain't
a
no
regular
podium.
The man holding the microphone on the goddamn stage. Jesus Christ.
Fair.
Anyways. First of all, is it just me or does he remind you of Ray Combs?
Not just you.
No, not just you.
Okay. 2. Again, I have absolutely no problem with Doug Davidson. None whatsoever. I thought he did very well with what he was given.
Yes.
The problem isn't the who, it's the how.
Or to quote Stone Cold Steve Austin, the what?
Go ahead, get on your soapbox. Let's hear why this show was a good idea, even though it wasn't.
Is it okay if I leave you full screen during this soapbox moment?
I could see the blood vessels in his forehead starting to pop. It's kind of weird. Can't stay mad at me when you're laughing.
Hey guys, he's been waiting 3 weeks for this.
I mean, you're not wrong. It do be facts, though.
Welcome to my final thought on all things of The Price is Right.
Oh, please hold.
Old man yells at cloud.
That's usually my thing.
I was going to say, that's his thing, not mine. Yes, hi, welcome to Doug Davidson. Please go to the clip.
Oh. You know you can share your screen yourself, right?
Yes, but
right
I
now,
can't
we
control
don't want to do it alone. So, Burton, I need
Eric
a contestant
and the
right
StreamYard
now.
buttons.
Okay, Doug.
To what camera
Joselito
goes where.
Lopez, come on down. You're the first contestant on the
As was previously stolen in topic before we got into this. Yes, Doug Davidson's era of The Price is Right was plagued
Talk to you for a second.
by
You are with the Navy. I'm in the
television
Navy. 18 years in the Navy.
circumstances
18 years
beyond
in,
its
who did you bring with you?
control.
I got my friends over
Namely, one man who has
I have a
created
question.
an
We have a
infamous
prize for
meme that will
you,
live
and I
on in
want you to tell
infamy
me
of
if you think
if the
they will all
glove does not fit,
in this.
you must acquit. It's a shame because The Price is Right was a very comfortable glove that should have fit. Unfortunately, it was acquitted right off of television.
Real quick chime in. Model for car.
prize worth $16,909.
Pause for a second.
Now, I also noticed
Just real quick. Okay, we can just go ahead and lower the audio on that there. That'll work. The model standing over by the car, her name is Julie, and she's your 1995 Penthouse Pet of the Year.
And I was going to say, with the air date, it was actually lucky that it waited that long, because not only would it had to deal with the juice being loose, but this aired just after the first ever World Cup final to go to penalties. USA 1994, Brazil beating Italy.
Yes, I can, Doug.
Yeah, I can tell you right now that people did not care that much about soccer here in the U.S. in '94.
Yet, why do we still have the all-time attendance record for a World Cup tournament?
Because everybody flew over here to watch it.
Flash forward 07, by the way, this man would have competed for the job that eventually went to Gary.
All right, Brian, the floor's back to yours again.
Yeah. So
this shock-resistant watch with 3 multifunction alarms also performs as an altimeter, barometer, and stopwatch.
Yeah. again, gloves should have fit, right? It should have stayed on television. Series of unfortunate events caused this show to get preempted by news, a lot of major markets, through almost pretty much its entire run. I honestly, in my criticisms, which I do have, contrary to popular belief,
Which I would love to hear.
I do think that this format had some flaws, right? And I'm not happy with that because if you've noticed, a lot of the international versions have based their format off of this one because this is the format that Bruce's Price is Right based itself off of.
The 3 contestants with the 2 top winners going to the showcase. Actually, no, this is not that format, sir.
It's similar.
No, because
it's similar enough liberties of change have been taken, but at its base, it's still the Davidson 94 format.
So here's the issue that I have with this version. I've already watched this episode, so I'm going to kind of chime in here.
I think we might match on this, Harry. Go ahead.
It's the fact that they use the 1 bid, but they use the 1 bid to decide who plays the showcase.
First off, I just want to throw out something for the audio listeners. That was a hole in one, and one of the prizes was $140.
That's what I was thinking too.
Davidson's,
going in line with larger budgets.
I was going to say, Davidson's prize budget was very comparable to a $1 million spectacular or a feature, or like the Salute to the Troops, which we'll be getting into in a few moments here as well.
Real quick, I'm just going to tell our visual our visual watchers to pay attention.
Okay.
He's a naval officer.
And the crowd at the 17th hole goes wild.
It was kind of a Cinderella story. There in Augusta.
Give that man a monkey.
It really is the echoed monkey.
Yeah, not sure why the monkey is doubling up, but okay.
Because when you're capturing audio from a screen share like this.
Here's my rub.
All right, pause the show for a second. Let's go back to the 4 of us.
We could keep the show running.
But
okay, another contestant comes up, goes straight to the stage.
Yeah.
Harry, are you pondering what I'm pondering?
Well, I've already seen this episode, so I know what happens.
Where's Contestants Row?
It's there.
It's used late.
Contestants non-Contestants Row.
Oh, because this is a highly accelerated format, and they don't got time for 1 bid.
Actually, they do have time for 1 bid. You'll see it a little bit later in the show, which is the thing that pisses me off.
Well, they don't have time for 1 bid after, or to determine every single contestant that makes it on stage.
The Rescue 911 pinball machine is nice, and again,
1 bids can, especially if the contestants go over multiple times.
I noticed Eric
just
Pay
over one, or even if it's an all-over bid once, it completely will mess up the pacing of the show. This is 30-minute syndication.
Which means probably about 23 minutes of actual TV time.
21 or 23, yes.
You notice that Eric perked up as soon as the model was on the treadmill.
I mean, I'm a fan of exercising. You have to have right form on a treadmill.
Now,
that's what we're going with. Okay.
I have full screen for a moment. I don't ask for full screen often, but when I do.
See, even real quick, even Toby gets it. Show the comment, Eric.
Which one?
The most recent one. There you go.
All right, Toby. Fair
And
enough. I'll give you that one.
Yeah, He's right.
I mean, I'm a fan of Stacy Keebler too, so legs, yeah, that's the thing.
She
But
got legs.
19.
She knows how to use them.
That to myself. Fair enough. 1956. One Bid was the show.
Yes.
1972. It came back. One Bid was the anchor. Daytime and nighttime. 85, they went to syndication, brought it back. They brought it back with the One Bid and still got it into 30 minutes. You take out One Bid from the beginning. This is not The Price is Right. You may bring the others back. That really grinds my gears.
Hold on.
Yeah, but I'm going to counter with this.
Send them full screen.
There's only 3 pricing games played in this format.
Kennedy dealt with 3.
So you potentially have what? You bring up
7 contestants.
So yeah, you have 7 contestants vying for 3.
Or no, I take that back. 6. 4, 1, 1, 6.
Not even like Barker would have those kind of numbers.
He did the 72.
I think what it would end up happening is you would have to adjust the games that you play on stage in order to be able to fit the One Bids in.
Exactly.
Yeah, you need to play some shorter pricing games like your bonus game and such.
But like, even then, if you take a lot of those pricing games out of rotation and you don't have the variety, it gets stale fast.
Oh no, I'm not, and that's a definite problem of having to set up the situation.
I mean, they already were changing pricing games to fit with the format. Hell, we just saw the changes in the first pricing game played in Hole in One. Instead of picking all 6 items and placing them in order, they revealed the prices immediately, and they were only put onto the Hole in One course.
No, they did that properly. The only difference is you did not have the signature Bob Barker demonstration putt.
No, instead of revealing prices after the contest,
they revealed the first
6 items. The price for each item was revealed after it was chosen and only placed in line if it was more expensive than the one behind it.
All 6 were placed, sir.
Yes, this is what I'm saying. The only difference was you didn't have the signature demonstration putt. Otherwise,
I think this is an early episode before they did that then, but through the remainder of the run.
Through the remainder of the run, they made that change for even faster pacing.
So you're both correct. Technically correct.
That's kind of correct.
Thank you.
Toby actually raises a good point. We have to be careful talking over each other like that. But the point being there is that, yeah, they actually did have him pick all 6 in a row. Now, as the nighttime version expanded, the syndicated version expanded, then the prizes were revealed one at a time as they were selected and placed. And yeah, I almost said Combs because he legit reminds me of Ray Combs. Davidson never did the Barker signature practice putt in order to give the idea of like the green and how it would slope or slant or curve or whatever.
He's a soap opera actor. There we go.
Yeah, but you'd be surprised. Some of them have actually had quite the athletic careers behind them.
I hear that sound.
There were some other changes that happened here, like, as mentioned, Hole in One, which is listed on the non-academic credibles.
Let's go back to Brian so that way he can vent because he looks like he's about to blow a gasket.
And you change Barker's markers to make your mark. That makes sense.
Go back to Brian, Eric. Go ahead.
So as was being said, the show was good. The reason why I think a lot of people don't like this version of The Price is Right, they're used to Bob Barker. This show was not targeted to them. This was a version of Price is Right that, in all honesty, was modernized tremendously, right? This was if Bob had and I knock on wood here because Bob's still alive.
Bob
But
was the last of the first generation still alive. I'm knocking too, buddy.
if Bob had dropped dead in 94, this is what the new set would have looked like for whoever the new host would have been at that time. Just like how when Drew took over the first season, okay, they kept it very much to Bob's aesthetic. But once Drew had a whole season under his belt and started really getting comfortable with the changes, oh man, you saw the creative direction and the aesthetic direction on the show go in a totally different direction, especially the technology.
Toby says blasphemy.
Richards.
Toby says blasphemy. I disagree. I'm with you on this one, Brian.
I am partly.
I disagree completely.
This was the prices, to use another term, this was the prices right for the millennial.
As a millennial, I still disagree.
As a millennial myself,
I don't
see
mean that in
argument.
a literal term. I mean that as in a correlation.
Well, think of it less millennial, maybe Gen Xer and the millennials who were kids at the time. But
as the Gen X millennial person on this team, disagree.
God, I made the wrong fucking analogy here.
Yeah, you did. Apparently tonight is take 2 night.
Go ahead, Brian. Pick up.
My point is this was not intended to be a Dennis James, a Bob Barker, or a Tom Kennedy carbon copy, shortened clone ripoff of daytime hour-long price with a bigger budget.
I'll agree with that.
And giving out $100,000 cars for ratings.
Fair.
This was a modernized version of The Price is Right with much quicker pacing, elements of the show that they removed because, well, quite frankly, they didn't think they would work in a modernized version of Price. In all honesty, and I will say this, if you truly don't like how this format worked, you have two people to blame for this. Kathy Greco and Jay Wolpert, who were two very long-time tenured producers of The Price is Right, know the format inside out, backwards, and can do it in their sleep, and know what was good and what was bad for the show. And I feel that this was a format that experimented with changes that would otherwise would have been considered inconceivable to Bob Barker, in an attempt to say, here is the plan if Bob Barker croaks or retires.
So basically Price 2.0.
Yeah.
That's what I really feel that this version was, and that's why I'm so staunchly adamant about it, because I don't think people give it the due course and credit that it deserves, because they sit there and consider this as some cheap, crappy knockoff of hour-long daytime Price, where it's, completely unfaithful, bastardized version, when in reality, I think you have to go to exactly how it was, officially titled, The New Price is Right.
Okay, go ahead and bring us all back four wide here, Eric, because I have a counterpoint to that real quick. Here's the issue that I have with that. I would have no issue with this becoming the new format for The Price is Right if it didn't deviate from two classic standard Price is Right stand-ins. The modernization of the set design, the modernization of the look and the appeal of the show, having contestants come straight up on stage afterwards, I'm okay with that, honestly. The one bit I would miss, but I would get over. You took away.
I think if it came down to it, I don't think they would have gotten rid of the one bit entirely, even to the point where they were doing it with the Showcase Showdown. I think that was an honest to goodness, we need time cut.
Okay, but the other thing that they get rid of on a lot of them, it's for those eliminators right before the showcase on the Davidson era. And I did my research on this. I watched multiple episodes from the Davidson era because I knew this would be a talking point here. One of them, this particular episode that we just aired clips of, was the one that had the one bid as what basically amounted to the showcase showdown.
That was a pretty standard format, yeah.
The other episode that I watched had the wheel spin as the showcase showdown to lead into the one person playing for the showcase. So I think the problem is getting rid of both of those staples at different variations in time on the show caused traditional fans of The Price is Right to feel as if it veered too far away from what the Price is Right should be, in addition to taking it into that modernization of the show. I don't have an issue with Dave Davidson.
Doug Davidson.
Doug Davidson, excuse me. I apologize for that.
Wait, we're going to confuse that on some point here because there is another game show, John Davidson, no relation, I believe.
I don't have an issue with Doug Davidson. I thought Doug Davidson did an excellent job as the host there. I thought he was very personable. He was very quick-witted. He was very intelligent. He knew the show. I had no problem with him. I had no problem.
I think it's there's a touch of irony here, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Harry.
You're good.
But I think there's also a touch of irony here that Doug Davidson came from quite literally right next door in The Young and the Restless.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of the leads for The Young and the Restless.
Which I think worked in his favor because he had a stage presence about him, which allowed him to adapt to that audience format for The Price is Right. Again, I don't have an issue with the way the show was designed either. The modernization of the technology involved, specifically being the electronic video screen and the modernizations that we would eventually see added to the actual daytime version of the show as well.
If I can real quick, I think this color scheme was a little too dark, but
I think that's the point.
Modernization tech, yes, agreed.
I think that's the point, though, in darkening the entire studio. 94 was
part of the grunge era.
Yeah, Price was still using, and a lot of game shows were still using their late 80s color palettes, which were the, shag orange was a huge. Well,
but
I
they
mean,
kept it through the 70s through the 80s, like you were saying.
It's like the 90s were definitely a renaissance in game shows because game shows started realizing, hey, it's a different world out there. We're coming up on Y2K. It's the 90s. We got the internet. We got cable, all of this stuff. We need to modernize our shows. And when you look at it, when you put it at that argument, I think that honestly, New Price is Right with Doug Davidson is a forerunner in that regard. And it's an absolute shame and honestly television tragedy that it suffered the fate that it did, getting constantly preempted by sports, the Olympics, O.J. Simpson, you fucking name it.
Let me ask you a question, Brian. Let's imagine the unthinkable happens to Bob Barker. Hypothetically. Eric, as a matter of fact, I've got a question.
Uh-oh.
I am glad I parked that idea to remind myself of that topic in my head in the chat over there, so I don't forget it.
Here's my question. Let's imagine the unthinkable happens to Bob Barker here. And he's no longer with us in 94, 95 when Davidson has control. And Davidson takes over the Price is Right as we knew it then. One, do you
think Big Kahuna?
Yes,
he goes to
the 1 hour daytime.
He goes up to the big show.
Yes.
Welcome to the big show, Kenny Mayne.
It's a big show.
Wrong big show.
Mine was an ESPN reference, Sean.
As was mine.
Mine was a wrestling reference to our crossover fans, as you said earlier.
But back to what I was about to ask here. 2-part question for you. You ready, Brian?
You hit me, man.
One.
Like Eric said, I've been waiting for this topic for 3 weeks, buddy.
One. Do you transfer the Doug Davidson format to the daytime while still keeping the one bid in the big wheel?
The format entirely, no. Some of the rule changes that were implemented, yes.
2, is Doug Davidson the new host of The Price is Right?
100%.
3, is The Price is Right still on the air with Doug Davidson as its host?
Today?
No, I mean, does the show survive if Davidson takes over for Barker back in the 90s? I say no.
I think it does. I honestly think it does. I think, and Drew Carey has proven it, and I will make this argument. Drew Carey walked into Price is Right at some of the lowest ratings in the show's history. The show had stagnated to the point where Fremantle, which had now had full total control of The Price is Right at the time that Bob Barker left, felt it necessary to gut half of the staff and bring in a new creative producer whose sole job was to completely revamp the show. Yes, Mike Richards is a dick, but we have to acknowledge the credit and give him the proper credit for what he did to keep The Price is Right on the air.
And we did have that
because
conversation.
As much as I hate to have to fucking say it, if it weren't for Mike Richards, Price is Right would be dead.
To quote a movie, if you're asking Mike Richards, did you willingly change The Price is Right? He will answer, you damn right I did.
But
game show fans at the time could not handle the truth.
I honestly think if Davidson had taken over in the mid-90s and they let him keep Rod Roddy. Now, don't get me wrong. I love Burton Richardson. He is a great announcer, especially a great sub-announcer. If I had to choose between him and Rich Fields to take over after Rod Roddy passed, that would have had to have been a literal coin flip.
Agreed.
That's how much I love those two guys. But if you gave Doug Davidson, not to be confused with John Davidson of the Hollywood Squares,
or Dave Davidson, who apparently exists.
But if you gave Doug Davidson The Price is Right in 94, 95, right? You let him keep Rod Roddy. You let him modernize the set. Maybe you work in the rule changes and some of the new pricing games or the featuring of pricing games that was heavier on Davidson as opposed to daytime. Over the course of a season or two, I think Doug Davidson could have ran with that for 10, 15 years, just like Carey has.
Eric, you've been awfully silent on this topic. Let's get your answers.
And honestly, this is the thing that I was going to say as far as with Brian's point. 1, having everything, again, keeping the one bid, keeping the wheel. Yes, more like the half-hour version, but with that set and mixing some elements of the hour version. Yes, you would have had to have some cuts eventually, but as Brian said, work those in over time. Say you start the beginning of the 94-95 season. By the time you start the 97-98 season, it's fully molded. 2 years.
And you've worked those changes in so gradually that nobody notices.
Well, yeah, that kind of,
that's the key to making changes on a long-running game show.
And that's kind of the point that we brought up when we talked about the transition over to Drew Carey last week.
Like I said about the frog in the pot. Just like last week. You do
because think about it, and Eric's right. Look at Carey, and this is the strongest argument that I could make, because unfortunately it's the only one that I think exists. But it proves my point here, right? Carey walked in let's be honest, he had the lowest approval ratings out of everybody that was auditioned to be the host.
Agreed. I saw some of the names myself.
I mean, outside of some like one and done outliers like Mike Richardson, for example, he out of like the big serious names that were in actual contention for the show, he was the least expected and the least rated to get the show.
Had the longest odds.
All right,
That is an indisputable fact.
real quick, Toby's second to most recent comment here, because he raises a very valid point.
Okay, it's Schrodinger's cat. But I'm going to say this, though, and this is kind of a hybrid as far as the answer to your other questions. Do they do it? Yes. Partly out of sheer necessity, especially
Of course.
for the market in the 90s. Does it last to today? Yes. But I don't think it lasts to today with Davidson as the host.
No, Davidson would have retired by now.
Davidson, I mean, hell, Davidson retired off of The Young and the Restless in 2018.
He got canned from that, I believe.
No, he
retired.
No, he retired. The man's old. The man's 67.
Real quick, before we go any further, you are listening to Life is Like a Game Show. The Price is Right in syndication, prime time, and international editions. A presentation of the W2M Network online at W2Mnet.com. Ways to find us on all of your favorite audio and or video podcast formats available at the start of the show and will be reiterated once again at the end of tonight's broadcast. Mr. Espinoza, continue your point.
Well, if I could briefly finish mine first.
Yeah, go ahead, because I got interrupted on mine, but mine's is going to be long for sure. So
yeah, well, and mine's going to be quick. I think, and you hit the nail on the head, a 10 to 15 year run. I'll put it on the longer end. I think towards.
I mean, Kerry is on 15 right now, and I think he's starting to run out of gas.
Yeah,
personally.
so this is what I'm saying. You have that in 95. He retires in 2010,
which is when Kerry took over, anyways.
3 years.
So now you would be on a secondary host, maybe about 3 years away ish from looking for a third successive host.
Mr. Nelson, real quick, answers to the questions here. 1, would Davidson have worked in the 1 hour version of The Price is Right? 2, would he have lasted to the transition? 3, would the show still be on the air?
Well, remember, we're cycling back to me because I got a bit of a longer point to make on this.
You're good. I'm just finishing up I've got a question, and then we'll go back to you for continue your final thought.
Davidson working short term, yes. If they went the slow modernization, I think Eric was perfectly on point. Give it till about 05 to 10. That's when you're looking for host number 3. Show existing today, again, if they did the slow modernization, yes. To get back to what Brian said about Jay Walpert and Fingers Greco, I think that the issue with 94 and the influence was more from Walpert's side than Greco. We've mentioned Hugh in the archives of this show. That is a Walpert's genius mind at work. But when you have a guy who's willing to take that gamble, sometimes you're all craps. And I think he just pushed that envelope a little too far in marketing what is commonly called the new Price is Right. I have a screen share that in image form I think explains my point the best. That is the new Price is Right. Where is the word new in that 94 logo? We call it the new Price is Right. It did not call itself the new Price is Right. There's your problem.
Didn't the announcer actually call it the new Price is Right?
It was always referred to as the new Price is Right on air.
But you have to listen closely with the other syndicateds to hear the nighttime Price is Right, and it's heavily emphasized by those announcers.
Right, just like it's heavily emphasized the new Price is Right in Doug Davidson's era.
Oh yeah,
You're kind of I think you're kind of grasping at straws a little bit here.
I see what he means with the logo, but that
I don't hear that emphasis as much from Burtonson, but that's my opinion.
Richardson.
Burton Richardson.
Burtonson is kind of close.
I've been awake since 8 in the morning.
It's okay.
Sorry.
I'll be back. I'm going to go find more Dave Davidson clips. Brian, you were saying?
Davidson.
That was the joke.
Davidson. Anyways, I am exiting my soapbox. Take it away, Brian.
The floor is once again yours, Mr. Espinosa.
You don't have to put me on full screen for this because I anticipate you guys chiming in here, which is fine. Back to my point here, right? I think Davidson works in the same manner that Kerry worked, right? Kerry was the absolute long shot of odds, not to be confused with a catchphrase from a certain 80s game show, also done by Jay Wolpert. But Kerry was at long odds to get the show. He was critically received in the bad way. And yet he's managed to he's brought a technological renaissance to a show that has badly needed it since like the early 2000s. Like Price is Right was well behind its time in using technology.
Co-signed.
Because The Price is Right, and especially Bob Barker, God bless the man. The problem with The Price is Right, which changed with Kerry, and I think is the true reason why Kerry has managed to survive as long as he has, is because Kerry brought so much necessary change to the show that he was seen as a show's savior in a way. Now, not all of that is Kerry's doing. Again, as I said before, as much as we hate to have to credit it to him because of how much of a, asshole he is as a person.
I believe we need to change the final thought to reference that individual.
As much of an asshole of a person that he is, Mike Richards' creative genius did in fact help save the Price. It not even did in fact it help. It flat out did save The Price is Right. And trust me, I could say worse. I'm very well aware this is a family show.
Toby, with all due respect, calling him an asshole is generous.
Very.
We're gonna go. One would even argue that he is an aubergine
of the week, of every week.
But my point is Kerry did that to Price in, what was that, 07, if I remember correctly?
07.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if Davidson had been able to do it with his set design and the technology that they put together in 94 for main Price, as we'll refer to it here for the sake of argument. Network Price at the time. Maybe Davidson doesn't last 10 to 15 years like Kerry has. And honestly, I didn't really go into this too far last week. I know I kind of alluded to it, but Kerry is indeed, I think, running out of gas, right? Like, I know we talked about this briefly. I think Kerry's running out of gas, but I think Doug Davidson's format was a technological renaissance of the show of hey, this is what Price is Right looks like modernized. And it was going after that audience that wanted to see a modernized Price is Right. And I can continue this parallel comparison by saying, look at the models. And no, Drew Carey is not running out of gas money, although he might be because, endemic audience, but look at the models for new Price is Right compared to network Price is Right at the time. Network Price is Right, you've got lovely ladies like Janice Pennington, Diane Parkinson, so on and so forth.
And
women and more specifically models who have been on the show for a
considerable time.
I will put this John, shut up, because I'm making a point here.
I was just going to say the nighttime versions also carried those same people day and night. Proceed.
No, they didn't. Please let me get to my thought.
They didn't.
Continue your point, Brian.
Network Price's models were tenured, and that's putting it politely. They were a product of the times, and the times being the 70s and 80s. And I know we've discussed this partly in the whole Vanna White being eye candy for Wheel of Fortune. These models were the same for The Price is Right. They were eye candy for a specific audience segment. Price 94 said, yeah, we'll take the models, but we're going to get people for the audience segment that we want to draw from. And you know who that was? That was, as Harry so very well pointed out earlier, Julie Lynn Ciani, a Playboy model. You had Ferrari Ferris, and you had Lisa Stahl from Baywatch.
I accidentally misspoke earlier. Correct about Julie Ciani. Playmate of,
Cialini, I think it is actually how you pronounce that. I'm sorry, somebody can correct me, but
I called her the Penthouse Pet of the Year for 1995. She was actually the Playmate of the Year for 1995. Continue.
Pretty damn similar, honestly. I mean,
still just a matter of correcting myself.
Yeah. But my point is The Price is Right did not, and I'm sure they had the option to go get Janice Pennington and Diane Parkinson and the rest of the Barker's beauties to show up and do 94 Price, right? Just like how they managed to get Johnny Olsen and Rod Roddy to do the announcing and the models to do all the previous syndicated versions. But Fingers and Wolpert and everybody else involved with New Price was onto something here, right? They're like, no, we are going to go for models that will connect with the younger generation. And again, this is why I say I think the show would have lasted and Price would not have died. Yes, you do need to replace Davidson at some point. He is good. He is not Bob Barker level good. I don't care how much of his own he comes into. Right? He eventually runs out of gas, just like I've said a couple times now. I believe Carrie's finally running out of gas. And I'm kind of surprised that Carrie's been on for 15 years. But the show was ahead of its curve, and I think that's what ends up killing it. It aspired to do too much too quickly, which is why I am so endearing to it, because it was ahead of its time. I mean, for fuck's sakes, and yes, I will drop an F-bomb here for this one. They got Ed Kalehoff, who did the original cues, to come back and do an entirely updated, modernized sound package for this syndication version, which they haven't done since Bob did it in 72. It was the first time any of that music really had been touched since the show originally went on the air. The next time any of these music cues would be looked at would be right before Carrie takes over, when they start going into the $1 million spectaculars.
And you can kind of say I'm way out there with this one. And to kind of further my point and give a bit of a timeline, like I said, with the modernization and how you do it gradually, like going into the 97-98 season, I honestly think you would have gotten more of an emphasis on the prime time stuff, especially in going into Millionaire. And by no later than 02, you would have the daytime and nighttime specials like you have now, but the daytime version may have been scaled back to a half an hour. I know it sounds sacrilege, but if you're looking at the way that the networks operated, especially going into the digital age, catering from the MTV audience and then on forward, it would have been that
and
bad.
That's exactly, and thank you, because that's what I've been looking for all night. This was a show geared to the MTV audience.
Maybe not so much scaled back, maybe split seasoned, like it's a half season order in an hour. It's split.
The problem is Paramount had the syndication rights and was doing the syndication for New Price is Right, for Davidson Price is Right.
And this was their first time with the syndicated run.
Paramount, I don't think, pushed Price is Right as much and as well as they could have. In fact, they pretty much marketed this version of Price is Right for fringe and access period time slots.
You finally said what I've been trying to hint at. This was a marketing blunder. It was not presented to its audience the proper way. And now that you mentioned Millionaire, I get to get on the old man soapbox a little bit and say 94 was not the time to go back to bring back game shows into the prime time. We have said this once before, albeit on a different show, which aired last Sunday. What movie came out in 1994, gentlemen?
Quiz Show.
What was in everybody's mind when that Robert Redford film came out? 21. Here we go with a game show in prime time. Not the time to debut this.
I don't. On top,
too early.
And then again, on top of that, Paramount says, "Here's filler, flat out. Here is filler." It gets a horrible market share pickup of only 78 markets, and there's like over 300 in the United States, if I remember correctly,
at least.
And then the markets that are picking this up are putting it at the absolute worst times imaginable as far as death slots go. They would put it either before or after of what essentially we would call tabloid television.
They did this worse than they did Dirty to Kennedy.
Like, and this is a time of Americana, if you will, where tabloid television is at its peak because of O.J. Simpson. Not that kind of tabloid television.
No.
I'm talking like extra inside edition entertainment tonight.
Thank you.
Fun fact. I actually saw this looking up the Wikipedia for the New Price is Right, the Davidson edition there. Syndicated the same year that the show that would go on to become Extra started.
Again, tabloid television was a thing. But because of the fact that the lead-ins and lead-outs to The Price is Right were just abysmal, and it just was not getting any ratings because most of the time it was getting preempted in most of its markets anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Paramount just decided, hey, this is shovelware. It ain't working anymore. We're going to stop supporting it. We're pulling the servers down, to use a video game reference.
It's getting a Final Fantasy 11 treatment.
And they're just like, yep, nope, series is done. You get what you get. That's it. And when it was all said and done and the dust settles, 16 weeks and 80 episodes. And it's an absolute
Placed and network.
Harry, you're breaking up a lot.
Just going to say networks that.
Yeah, Harry, you're
hold on. Can y'all hear me?
Internet.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Now we're good.
All right. I was just going to say 16 weeks, 80 episodes, and networks that had ordered it were told that they could either air reruns in syndication or be repaid for the purchasing time that they placed for the rest of the episode order, because there would be no new episodes produced after the original 80.
They got this off the air faster than Jackie Gleason.
I would say
I know.
even
Those are harsh words.
Oh
Those
no!
are fucking harsh words.
Oh no! There's something that went off the air even faster than
I'm
that.
sorry for mentioning that show, but
no, you're not.
No, circling
very
back.
warranted.
Circling back. A show in Australia. Not even going to mention the name. At least not now. At least Jackie Gleason got an episode. The show that I'm referring to got pulled mid-premiere. They literally called and said, get this shit off TV right now. That's the kind of treatment that this got. And I'm going to say this as well. If Carrie goes in a couple years' time, even with the current modernizations, with the way things are heading, we may be revisiting this conversation.
Oh, price could definitely come to an end in our lifetimes. I'm not denying
CBS
that.
might have to look for a new 11 a.m. show.
Or even a new 11:30 show.
I said this last week, right?
Mm-hmm.
If CBS is smart, they go to Carrie and they tell Carrie, "Look, the pandemic has fucked up the show." And yes, I'm going to some stronger words right now. The pandemic has fucked up the show. You're running out of gas, plain and simple. Like he's not, even before the pandemic, he really wasn't drawing in heavy viewership ratings.
Especially with everything that had gone on with him personally as well. That affected a few things.
The pandemic's fucked up the show. Carrie's running out of gas. The show is having a at least from what you can tell, like for if you know how price functions, the show is having at least what feels like an unprecedented go of trying to find prize sponsors. Mm-hmm. I think more and more of the budget is going towards them having to buy prizes themselves.
Alluding to the scandals mentioned earlier regarding prize purchases.
I think it's gotten the worst now because a lot of traditional advertising and advertisers, game shows are not it anymore. Online and digital advertising is the thing, especially on streaming services, because that's where the key demographics and the purchasing power is at.
Your Hulus, your Netflixes, your Amazon Primes, along those
I will give you just 2 words to that effect. YouTube TV.
Well, it goes back to market viability as well.
Yeah, this is not The Price is Right, as much as I hate to say it, is no longer a market viable show. The Price is Right's suitability to remain on television is hanging on by a literal thread, and I would not be surprised, even if nobody is saying it, and it's like, closed hush hush at the highest fucking closed doors of CBS.
Hashtag mega kayfabe.
I would not be surprised if The Price is Right is running at a loss to CBS right now.
Yeah. It is running on nostalgia fumes.
Yeah, and
I think that's what they're doing is they're milking one last good nostalgia bit out of the 50th season. And if they're smart, they go to Carrie and say, look, 15 years is a good run. Bob did 25. You got 15. You're both going down in the history books.
Do me a favor.
35.
Do me a favor. Pull Toby's comment back up, Eric. True, the market is no longer cable. Most shows are going to online platforms. Even Star Trek can be found on Paramount Plus. That might be your viability for Price is Right's future, actually. Going to a streaming service such as Paramount that CBS already owns, even if you're reducing the budget slightly to do so, and continuing
the problem is
real quick, let me finish. Continuing the nostalgia act there for people that are going to subscribe for to that service.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The problem is the rights deals for The Price is Right are so convoluted it's not even funny.
It would be major
right now,
buyouts,
most of the rights to Price is Right, including reruns, are owned by like some subsidiary of a subsidiary of Fremantle, which is partly controlled by RTL, which is partly controlled by Mark Goodson's heirs and estate. It's very convoluted.
Okay, I'm going to say,
which is why they've somehow, out of all of this, originally had a deal struck to be able to go on Buzzer. Now it's a different deal that's been struck, and Barker's episodes are finally, at least some of them, not all of them have been cleared, to rerun on a dedicated Bob Barker Price is Right channel that is available on certain subscription services like Roku, Pluto, etc.
Stir. I will say this to that in terms of its current licensing. All 132 episodes of the current season of The Price is Right are available on Paramount Plus.
Yeah, current.
Emphasis on current and doing
By the
something
way,
like that.
Anything outside of the current season of Price, the rights get really up in the air.
Nothing,
recency thing.
to my knowledge, nothing available on any other specific platform for modern Price. But all right, we need to move forward here because we do still have.
We gave a disclaimer.
Couple of points, if I may, quick points.
I'm going to finish really quick on this because I've been cut off a couple times by comments and everybody else. And this is my legitimate final thought here.
Toby, to answer your statement that you just posted inside of the comment there, go ahead and pull that up real quick. The closest you're going to get to that is Buzzer or
he knows about
Game
Buzzer.
Show Central.
He knows.
That's as close as you're going to get for one concentrated variation with all of the licensings and such.
On those networks, we are damn lucky we even got them.
Go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say some of the rights negotiating that has happened for some of those episodes. Like I can tell you right now, MGHS is owned by like literally 9 different stakeholders. And
Thank
the fact
Wink Martindale.
And
Thank you.
Yes, and the fact that people like Wink Martindale, Randy West, like Adam Nadef have been able to sit down and get some of these people to come to the bargaining table for saying, hey, people want to see this stuff on the internet, on TV, and people want this stuff to be accessible and not just gathering dust in a vault. And the fact that they're able to get all these people to sit down at a table and come up with a deal is nothing short of amazing. But
intervention, I'd say.
If I can actually get the full screen finally. The Price is Right, the new Price is Right with Doug Davidson, I think was the best format of The Price is Right. For the simple fact, as I've said before, that the show was bold enough where veteran showrunners of the show were trusted to go against conventional wisdom for what worked for The Price is Right, which is an American institution, which is regarded by many publications as the greatest game show of all time, including our own network. But the fact that this show was able to go against defied conventions, go against conventional logic and wisdom, and say, look, here is The Price is Right if we modernized it this day and age, right? And for it to have the success that it did have, where sure, it only made a season, but the fact that the format still lives on to a certain extent, the music package certainly lives on, right? I mean, international versions, as I've said before, we saw it earlier. UK version took the 94 theme to Price is Right, almost the entire music package, completely down to the whole, using the Family Feud theme, right? The modernization of the theme, the modernization of the set, the logo, the host, the models, the prize budget, the prizes being offered are prizes that the MTV generation were interested in, not the 40s, 50s housewife sitting at home playing along were interested in, because they realized, hey, we need to appeal to a younger generation. We need to make Price relevant. Otherwise, the show falls off.
More MTV, less VH1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for when you look at it that way and you consider the show on those merits and not the merits of the fact that it is a spin-off of a bastardization spin-off of traditional Price is Right, then I think if you can look at it that way, you'll appreciate the show the way I do.
Sorry.
And I think that a lot of people don't see the show that way. They rather see it, like I said, as the whole, oh, they bastardized Bob Barker. This is an absolute shit show. What the hell is this game show garbage? When in reality, it's a bold experiment that I think worked. Just people weren't ready for it, and it came at the worst possible time in American television history. I don't know if I want to say American history in general, but definitely American television history.
American pop culture history.
Yeah, I could go for that. That's my 2 cents. That's my actual final thought on Doug Davidson Price is Right.
If I can, I've been holding 2 points. One of which, actually, can't believe I'm gonna say. I think there's a point from Toby that needs to be.
Yeah, I was literally
not the most recent, the second most recent. That one.
I've just got to say this version you're talking about, the comparison to the new Legends of the Hidden Temple would fit your example. They modernized the Legends of the Hidden Temple to fit the young adult crowd rather than the kids that the original Nickelodeon version aimed towards. I don't disagree with you, Toby. I think
it's kind of like the other way around, but it is the perfect analogy, yes.
But I don't disagree with you, Toby. But I think to the casual enthusiasts of The Price is Right, to the people that are so indoctrinated into the original version, it was probably too drastic of a switch too quickly.
I agree. I do agree. And that's why I said the majority of people look at this as a bastardization of Bob Barker, when that's not the lens that it was intended to be looked at. But because of Paramount's god-awful marketing blunder with this, combined with what was going on in popular culture and television at the time this was created and produced, was effectively, and I hate to use this metaphor, but the perfect storm of circumstances to essentially set the show up to fail from the word go.
Two things. One, if this came out in 95 instead of 94, we would not be having the discussion we just had.
No.
Number two, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually agreeing with Toby on something that is almost but not quite dramatic reverb level.
Is it Eric should be checking his blinds for the Four Horsemen?
Here. Toby made the comment at a timestamp of 2:50 a.m.
Eastern Standard.
Eastern Daylight.
Whatever.
If you can pull that one up, Eric, it is from 2:50. This comment's been sitting for 13 minutes, and I've been biting my tongue that long. That's the man who replaces Drew Carey. Fight me, bro.
I don't. I fully agree.
Same. And again,
we've already seen his audition tape. He did it for April Fools.
And honestly, I still say,
okay,
maybe not now, but I say between 2023 and 2025.
I would say
cut back the half hour.
And Toby's last it up just for validation.
No, I don't think.
I mean,
I don't think going back to a half an hour would work.
I'm going to
prices.
disagree.
I actually have to agree with Harry here. I don't think
it's so ingrained in pop culture that Price is Right is the most exciting 60 minutes on television that I think going back to a half an hour.
Okay,
Price is Right. We know this.
I disagree with both of you. They haven't said the fabulous 60 minutes or the most fun and exciting 60 minutes in daytime television since Rod Roddy.
It's
been a while.
Mm-hmm.
But so I disagree with you on that specific point, but
we'll agree to disagree.
But hold on. I disagree that the show should move to 30 minutes. The Price is Right as a formatted show, without making drastic changes to the level of Davidson, you cannot make that show 30 minutes.
No, and this is what I'm saying.
John, right now, The Price is Right is taping at 51 to 52 minutes as is.
So basically, if you would go
it's already technically 45 minutes.
So yeah, if you go streaming service without commercials, you do 45.
Or if you go network, you could do in that noonish area, but doing like a 5, maybe a 4 o'clock, 4:15ish.
Nobody runs 45-minute blocks in American television.
No.
Let me finish the idea. American, no. British, yes. Pair it with a 15-minute news brief to round out your hour.
No.
You want to bring back CBS Health Watch?
No, something like that. Australia, US, other parts of the Commonwealth, fine. That would not play here.
Really? Nothing for the
Peter Jennings comes in with a world news brief or something.
Nothing for the CBS Health Watch? Really?
No, nothing for the CBS Health Watch.
But can we get out of 94 here? And I've got the perfect venue to get us out of 94.
Wait, real quick.
To mention, but Harry, go ahead. I see you're itching.
First of all, I think he deserved a monkey for the CBS Health Watch because I appreciated that reference.
Thank you.
It took me back to the days of Channel 3 in school.
Oh, come on, really?
Nostalgia monkey. Give it. Give it.
We haven't had a monkey in a while.
Thank you, because I'm sorry. It was a common thing. The commercial break between the showcase bid and the showcase reveal was always CBS Health Watch.
I didn't really like CBS Health
with
Watch.
with Dr. Sanjay
I mean,
Gupta.
I really didn't like it either because 95% of the time it was just some shill for some medication, and it was really a paid advertisement from some CBS network anchor correspondent, sure, but it's still nostalgic nonetheless because it was constant and it was effectively a part of the show.
Speaking of nostalgia, segue. So we had this conversation last week. I won't spend too much time on it. We do need to get back to the $1 million editions and the primetime specials.
I was going to say we're not at $1 million just yet.
The primetime specials,
Very
and then
close.
and then the $1 million editions, the $1 million spectaculars specifically. Brian, we had this conversation. I think it was last week. There were 2 different games played yesterday that you would greatly appreciate.
I appreciate too, since I saw it.
They played Pathfinder and Check Game yesterday.
You've got to be shitting me.
Both on the same show.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take a Check Game. I've never been a huge fan of Pathfinder.
People don't know how to write checks in this modern age.
But you know what?
Hold on.
I'll give them. Yes, I know it's one of your favorite games, Harry. I'm aware. You can give me the death glare into the camera all you want, just like I did to y'all earlier. But in fairness, y'all kept fucking interrupting me while I'm trying to get up on my 6 foot tall soapbox that I've been waiting 3 fucking weeks to get on.
Eric, give yourself a monkey for the Pathfinder sound effect as well. That's what Brian just said. The second most recent comment from Toby. Wait, people know what checks are? Let alone how to write them? And I said that kind of incredulously because I feel like that's how Toby meant it.
However, his most recent comment that he just posted, actually not true now.
Yeah, vinyl is huge once again, Toby.
I was gonna say my local Walmart actually has like literally half of an aisle of vinyl.
And most major thrift shops, pawn shops, like the electronics exchange places, are stacked in both old and current vinyls too.
I've got a couple of vinyls and I'm looking to build my collection.
Yeah, I was gonna say I know like current artists that are like fighting to get vinyl pressing right now.
Tool, for example, does all of their albums same day release on vinyl as well as digital and physical CD.
But I do want to harp back very, very quickly to something that John mentioned before we move on to our next segment.
Okay.
And I feel like we might develop. Actually, no. I think if anything, I think this week is the perfect time to talk about this.
Best rewind ever, Toby.
John mentioned a certain person taking over for Drew Carey.
Pull up the comment.
Toby did actually.
And I have to agree. I think if CBS decides to keep going with the show, right? As much as I like Drew, I think it's time for Drew to go. And It's nothing against Drew. Like, I love Drew as a comedian. I love Drew as a person. He's really come into his own with the show, but he's stagnated on audiences, right? And I don't think there's anything really you can do to get Drew over, to use a wrestling term.
We've seen this, the 3 of us have seen this in the live recreation convention travel side of things. If you don't have that rockin' audience driving the energy of that room, you're done.
And Drew can't. I don't think Drew gets it anymore.
No.
Pandemic can't give it to you.
That's the other thing. The pandemic can't give it to Drew.
He's around from two sides of these two.
And hold on, Harry, because I know you want to get in here, but I got to say this before I lose it. Drew is not performing to the and I this is honestly pre-pandemic for me. But Drew is not performing to a level that draws audiences. You need somebody who can come into The Price is Right, and honestly, this is a good milestone to do it. Like, if you have to have a regime change, now is the time. We are exiting COVID whatnot. Like, we're going endemic, right? I mean, okay, Biden kind of said it in the State of the Union address. I'm not going into politics, but
on that topic, by the way.
I don't want to go into I don't want to go into politics here on this show. I don't normally discuss politics.
No,
but
politics, religion, and money.
It's safe to say that at least to some extent we are going endemic with COVID. To some extent, things are getting back to normal, right? If we want to make a regime change on price, the time is now, before things get back to what I would consider a full normal.
I disagree. And here's what I say that. I say, and I just typed this inside of the personal conversation, and I will say it now to you guys there. I don't think current Drew is a fair assessment of his hosting capabilities of the show as is. Allow him one season to see how things go once we get a full audience return, and then make a judgment as to what you wish to do with the future of Drew Carey as the host of Price is Right.
And
I countered that by saying he's had 15 years and his numbers have not really ever been absolutely great outside of the $1 Million Spectaculars when he had the $1 Million winners and Perfect Bid.
And like I said, another reason why, and Brian, you made this point, then I would love to go on to the specials. You made this point about with Craig and the radical change towards Davidson and going back to that half hour. It may not be now, but like I said, especially you're even past us and going to the Gen Z generation post-pandemic. At some point, it's beneficial one way or another. Everything is going faster. A lot of things in a general pace is going faster for that Gen Z. And if you want to keep that train going towards a Gen Z audience, I honestly think that half hour much more necessary than a full hour.
Toby's second most recent. Toby, one second, Brian. Toby's second most recent comment is to Eric's point there. All right, go ahead, Brian, and then we'll let John finish, and then we'll get into the primetime specials.
I had a train of thought
about Drew Carey and the hosting future of The Price is Right.
I had a train of thought. Right. Oh, right. Drew Carey. I think Toby's right. Drew Carey isn't hip anymore, right? Drew Carey is only doing The Price is Right. He's not doing comedy, and The Price is Right is not a comedy game show. At least Drew Carey has very much undoubtedly made it a non-comedy game show. At least in the Bob Barker era, you had showcases where the announcers got involved. I mean, Fried Chicken Drew case, for example. But we've gone away from that, and it ain't helping the show. I think, especially if game shows are going to continue and audiences are going to continue the way they are, right? Where you have low capacity audiences that are not as energetic. You need somebody who can pull and read that room. Craig Ferguson is the man for that. He has demonstrated it time and time again through his talk show, through The Hustler, through Family Game Night. The list goes on and on. He has hosted The Price is Right before, and he did it with the robot skeleton being voiced by a man in the back with a remote control, a part-time announcer, and 2 interns and a pantomime horse, and got better fucking ratings than Drew Carey. Fun fact. The swap that those two pulled off, where Drew went and did the late night show.
The late show with Craig Ferguson.
Yes. And Craig Ferguson goes and does The Price is Right, were the highest ratings for those two respective shows for that season.
That's a flip-flop.
All right, Jonathan.
Monkey the flip-flop. So here is
And then-
my segue out of the Davidson and all the hosts. Because it's been a while since I've done a big name read on this show, which I'm somewhat known for. Todd Newton, Mark Summers, David Ruprecht, Pat Finn, Mark L. Wahlberg, Roger Lodge, Michael Berger, J.D. Roberto, George Hamilton, Doug Davidson, Bob Godin, Chuck Woolery, Marco Antonio Regil, who we mentioned earlier, Alan Thicke, another musician of game shows, Drew Lachey, Jerry Springer, Joey Fatone, current announcer George Gray, and behind the mic on this version, Newton, Summers, Raheel, Davidson, Hamilton, etc. All people who are contenders to replace Bob Barker. Some other names to mention on this: Randy West, Daniel Rosen, David Ruprecht again, Roberto again, Dave Walls, others. If you are in the Florida area, March 31st at the RP Funding Center, March 27th at the Barbara B. Mann Performing Center in Fort Myers, Sunrise Theater in Fort Pierce on the 25th. You have another version of The Price is Right that just deserves a mention here, The Price is Right Live.
I was going to say, I will take
an awesome team that is knocking this show off the fucking map.
I will say, I'll take people that have hosted The Price is Right live stage show, which, fun fact, originally started at Harrah's Casino in Vegas. For 200, please, Bob.
More about The Price is Right live next week.
No, more about The Price is Right live in 2 weeks.
Oh, no, we go to part 6.
No, we're not going to dedicate a whole episode of
It's going to be more of a special news desk / live event review.
Are you planning on doing something while I'm stuck at work on the 31st, sir?
I already got my tickets and the day off for it, yes.
How dare you? Give us a report afterwards. Anyway.
And I'm pleased to announce that the one that is coming this go around will be Bob Goen of Wheel of Fortune fame.
Daytime Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah. I'm glad it's better than Rolf Benerska.
We'll be hosting this iteration of The Price is Right Live, which will be the third one that has come to Lakeland in my 10 years here.
In addition, other people that have
No, I haven't been able to figure that one out.
Other people that are currently hosting a live edition of The Price is Right include Mark Wahlberg, who was just mentioned on a Price is Right live recap that I read on a website that we don't endorse. Therefore, I will not be mentioning by name on this particular episode.
Also, why am I seeing red lights under me whenever you mention that man's name?
Mark L. Wahlberg.
That's another red light. Don't like this.
All right, I'm good. Time to...
And it will be we move on to the $1 Million Spectacular.
We're not there yet.
Wrong. Tribute to the troops.
And other
It's
modern
Tribute to the
nighttime
Troops.
specials.
Tribute to the Troops was the first primetime specials to come out of Price, and then you had $1 Million Spectaculars afterward.
All right, so let's go ahead and
The
move.
Tributes to the Troops were the first foray into primetime hour-long specials for Price.
Does anybody have a non-academic credible up for the primetime specials, such as Tribute to the Troops? All right, Brian, since this is a passion project, as shown in the open at the start of the show, would you like to handle the non-credible academic for this?
I mean, there's not really much non-credible academic to be had for this. Over the series of the summer of 2002, The Price is Right did 6 episodes, a 6-episode primetime run special saluting the military. They did the Coast Guard, they did the Army, Air Force, Marines, Navy, Coast Guard, and police firefighters. Everybody in the audience on that particular episode was a member of that associated service. For the police and firefighters episode, they had Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, New York City, and I forget the fourth. Los Angeles County. And each episode, they had a live band from each service playing as well. And for the police and firefighters episode, they had the Los Angeles Police Fraternal Order Band or Honor Guard, or I forget specifically what they were, but I know it was LA Police, LAPD, that was the band for that episode.
And these were the first specials since August of '86, which are kind of lackluster with the 25th anniversary being around that time. These, however, ratings boom.
Yeah, everybody loved it. They really went all out on the prizes. They put very easy pricing games up to ensure no El Skunkos or anything anywhere close. All of these specials are available on YouTube. You can go find them. We will not link to them for obvious reasons, but they are available on YouTube. What?
So what would happen if on one of these military supporting specials you spun $1 on the big wheel? How much money was it? $100,000.
And we can go to the screen share real quick, and I can show you what I mean about the.
Tonight, on its 227th birthday, The Price is Right honors the United States Army. During its illustrious 227-year history, the United States Army has given our country countless victories at arms, heroes galore, and even presidents. These men and women in our audience tonight are carrying on the glorious tradition of the United States Army. Now, here we go with the first 4 contestants on The Price is Right.
As you can see, the entire audience is uniformed service members of the Army.
Well, almost the entire audience.
I was gonna say they some of them have their wives or significant others with them. But a damn good chunk.
All of the contestants are service members, however.
Yeah, all of the contestants were in uniform. Yes.
The dress grays, I guess, as it would be in this instance.
This is the Class A uniform.
And each one of these, when the announcer began, and here we go.
You are the first 4 contestants on The Price is Right. And now, here is the star of The Price is Right, Bob Barker.
And as evidenced by the intro, about half of these he did audience intros on.
audience intros, by which he means walking down the aisle and greeting various members of the service as he did so.
To which he received a standing ovation, as Bob Barker is warranted to when he does an audience intro.
As a veteran himself.
Yeah.
Pause it for a sec.
Yeah, fun fact. Actually, when you think about it, both hosts of The Price is Right are military veterans.
Drew was in the Marine Corps. He was a reservist.
So was Bob. Bob was reservist in the Navy.
You are listening / watching Life is Like a Game Show, Syndicates, Internationals, and Primetime Special $1 Million Spectacular Edition, a presentation of the W2M Network online at W2Mnet.com. In addition, you can find us on all of your favorite podcast, audio / video services as well. Details will be found a little bit later on in the broadcast for specifics as to where those are. All right, go ahead, Brian. Continue.
I mean, that was just me showing the intro for the Army. I mean, we've got Coast Guard.
To the actual.
I apologize because, as you can see, I also got these off of YouTube.
Melissa Burns, come on now.
Navy?
Coast Guard.
Coast Guard.
Richardson announced.
Oh,
yes, Burton Richardson announced. I think 5 out of the 6.
So the Army one was the only one that Rod Roddy did?
I believe so, yeah.
Customers make progress every.
There's the Navy.
No, that's the Marine Corps.
Oh, jeez.
No, that's Rod Roddy too.
Either way, Rod and Burton split this.
This is the Navy.
There's Burton.
And this will make Toby happy, as he tried to hit us into the Semper Fidelis earlier on in the broadcast.
Yep, that's Burton.
Preview for this one day.
Here we go.
Laura Willis, come on.
That's also Burton for the Air Force.
And Trayvon Espy, come on.
So Rod did the Army and the police and firefighters.
And no, because there was another Rod in there too that we heard. I think was it the Navy one that was Rod as well? Army, Navy, firefighter?
They split it.
Yeah, 3 and 3. Did we have any $100,000 winners on the big wheel spin?
No.
Welcome to the Price is Right.
All right, well then I
saluting the firefighters and police of New York City. Washington.
Toby wants to know which one came first, Wheel of Fortune's tribute or Price is Right's tribute.
Price is Right's tributes for the summer of 2002.
If you're gonna have to Google when the Wheel of Fortune tributes were.
I don't know off the top of my head.
I was telling Toby that he would have to Google because I don't know either.
But yeah, we can cut off of me. Thank you.
All right, so those are the salute to the military tributes. Any specific moments, memories of any of the military / first responder tributes that stick out to you guys? I got to be perfectly honest with you. I don't remember these episodes at all. I'm going to have to go back and rewatch them.
Same. Just it felt nice that they
something interesting. A command sergeant major made it to was selected as a contestant and made it to the showcase. And spoiler alert, he didn't win. In the Marine episode. And for those of you who know rankings in the military, a command sergeant major is pretty much the highest enlisted rank you can get. So they quite literally pulled from like everywhere. They had privates, general flag officer, or they didn't have a flag officer. That would have been a general. They had commissioned officers, so lieutenants, majors, etc. They had all levels of enlisted men there. Yeah, no, they were all over the place when they selected contestants. But I thought that was pretty cool that they had a command sergeant major in the Marine Corps episode that actually made it to the showcase.
Toby, to answer your question, the first Veterans Week on Price is Right was 2000, or not, excuse me, Wheel of Fortune was 2015.
So yeah, this beat it by almost a decade.
All
Actually,
right.
over a decade.
Yeah, more than 13 years if this was 2002.
Gentlemen, I'm afraid I have to point something out. We are approaching the Lilacs land speed record right now.
Yeah, so $1 million.
Not the network's land speed record, mind you, but the show's land speed record.
I mean, this was kind of expected. This was going to be the catch-all episode. We're kind of lucky we have a bonus episode next week, but it's going to be a clip show for all of the clips that we have not gotten to or would slow the show down even further.
I think there's really only one clip from the $1 Million Spectaculars that is paramount and stuck in my head to this day.
I mean, are we going to save the clips for next week, or do you want to air Clock Game right now?
It's a pricing game. I'd rather hold it off, actually, and use it as our intro next week. But
I had 2 clips that I wanted to roll this week, but we are like way so far off topic now, it's not even funny.
Are they both pricing games?
No.
Is one of them pricing games?
No.
None
of them are pricing games.
No.
Probably the $1 Million Showcase winners.
No.
Eric, you got a guess? Because I'm out.
No, I just said we'll find out next week.
Eric's like, I'm done. I'm over it. We're going to bed.
We got a spoiler alert, apparently. Stay tuned next week because there's a hook now, and you got to come in,
All right, so
next week to find out.
I guess I don't have to tell you guys then. Okay, then.
$1 Million Spectaculars were added as special primetime bonus episodes to the CBS lineup. Traditionally, as summer filler, there were a few that were done during the fall TV lineup, but by and large, most of the $1 Million Spectaculars occurred during the summer, if I recall correctly.
That you do.
Several $1 Million winners do exist, a couple of which we will show clips of. Several of them we will show clips of next week when we do our highlights episode. Brian, is there anything in particular about the $1 Million Spectacular episodes that you want to discuss in the just discussion portion of it? We'll save any and all video related clips for next week.
I mean, I really don't want to condense discussion on the subject too much. I know we're kind of over on time a little bit, but
people were warned that if they listened to this episode, we were going to go long. So
right, which is what I said earlier when you guys were trying to get me to cut Davidson short.
Davidson turned into its own full-length discussion, though, so that worked out. Continue.
Did you really honestly expect anything? Actually, you know what? I can't ask you that question because you were naive enough to not know how much Davidson is of a point to me. These 2 bastards up above me, however, knew damn well. There we go. As I can try to. I'm getting close. There we go. These 2 bastards over here knew that Davidson was a contentious point of debate.
I mean, I was not shy in voicing the fact that Davidson was going to be a thing. And I have very strong opinions, as much as the man down here, that I have to unfortunately live with in this regard only. And we differ completely when it comes to that era of this show.
But no, as far as the $1 Million Spectaculars go, I appreciate what effectively to me boiled down to a high stakes Price is Right. It was a high stakes Price is Right for what honestly to me equivocated to a necessary ratings boost to The Price is Right. CBS had time in the schedule because of various things going on, between seasons, writers strikes, crew strikes. Like this was the era of television strikes like crazy.
One could argue
shows are cheap to produce.
one could argue Price is Right publicity stunt with these $1 million spectaculars.
That's pretty much what I'm saying. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Oh, hell yeah.
I really think that's really all that really needs to truly be said about the $1 Million Spectaculars. They've made for some interesting, memorable television moments and game show history, or at least shows histories moments. Like the very, very famous clip of the girl winning the $1 million in the 6 seconds on clock game, or more on this on a certain when we cover another certain show later on this year. But Michael Haynes,
Oh,
I
yeah, that guy.
I don't get that reference.
You shouldn't.
Multi-game show contestant. I'll leave it at that.
A teaser is obvious. An obvious teaser is obvious for a reason.
We'll
Game
talk
show.
about him in May if you get my reference there, Harry.
I
and
sense
also these $1 Million Spectaculars high rewatchability value.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like Bob and Drew both on top of the Drew, maybe not so much. Like Drew's still like the $1 Million Spectaculars were new to Drew. Like the ones where he actually had $1 million winners, his energy level was not as crazy up there as I would have liked it to be.
I disagree. I can't believe I'm saying this. I disagree. Drew knows how to be like, you just won $1 million. Because you know where he did it first? On Power and Sound. He had to blow the load too early. And we come full circle.
But yeah, no, I think at the end of the day, it's just a gigantic rating stunt. CBS said, hey, we'll give you the money. We need some primetime specials. Y'all could use a ratings boost. We could use a ratings boost. And that's how it happened.
1, 2, 3.
There's,
4, 5,
I think, like 10 of them.
There
There's a significant amount.
The non-academic credible source says at some point, in the first 16 $1 Million Spectaculars, all hosted by Barker, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we're looking in the teens or early 20s.
I'm guessing based on what I'm seeing through my search for content on YouTube, I'm guessing we're probably in about the mid-20 range.
There's a good number of these fuckers.
So according to the non-credible academic resource, we had the 6-episode primetime series in the summer of 2002, which was also meant to be a tribute to the heroes of 9/11. And because of the success of that primetime series, in 2003, we got the first $1 Million Spectacular with Bob.
Okay, that's good.
Now, in 07-08, the Writers Guild of America strike, along with the original Nielsen rating successes of the 2002, the summer of 2002, and the 2003 primetime spectaculars, led CBS to commission 10 episodes of the $1 Million Spectaculars.
Here's an interesting fact I just noticed, and you're about to probably get to this in the said non-academic credible source. They stole an element from Davidson, the black floor. So even during the last Bob years, they did start doing some modernization.
I'm telling you, Davidson was ahead of his time. It was too much too soon.
All right. We'll go into more specific details about some of the major moments from these $1 Million Spectaculars next week when we go into our clip show. We'll talk about, obviously, the fastest way to win $1 million, 6.5 seconds, I believe, somewhere along those lines.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
The $1 million winners in the showcases as well. And it wasn't just that $1 million carrot that was dangling on these particular episodes here. You think a standard episode of Price has a decent budget. You think a Davidson episode of Price had a decent budget. Whoo, boy.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
You ain't seen $1 Million Spectaculars where you're playing Golden Road for a $90,000 Dodge Viper or a 70
BMWs, Vipers,
or yeah, I was gonna say you had
Camaros,
Vipers, you
Porsches.
had a Porsche offered, you had a brand new Corvette C5 offered.
Basically,
XLR Ford Escape Hybrid.
Basically, $1 million.
A Ford Escape Hybrid is not a fucking luxury car.
Basically, $1 million Price Spectacular is your predecessor to Dream Car Week.
Yeah. And to that point, I think this might be a good point to really leave it off on. You want to talk about big winners? Okay. February 22nd, 2008. Drew's first $1 Million Spectacular. Adam Roseman's 20 grand on the grand game. By being within $1,000 of the actual retail price of his own showcases, he won both showcases, which included that Cadillac XLR in his own and the Ford Escape Hybrid from his opponents, plus a $1 million bonus.
Clips of which will be available on next week's episode. Gentlemen, I do believe that this is probably going to about do it for us because all three of us are starting to show signs of crashing, and I think Eric may have went to sleep.
No, he didn't. He's dealing with Mama Watkins.
Oh, well, we'll wait for Eric to come back. We'll get to him last.
I was going to say, we can't really end the show without him, so...
That's why we're going to go into our plugs right now here.
Well, as you can see in the private chat, whenever he gets back, we're actually going to air those clips this week because it doesn't make logical sense.
All right. Apparently, Brian found a couple of clips from the daytime version where Bob Barker talks about Doug Davidson in the nighttime syndicated version of The Price is Right. So you can screen share yourself, Brian.
No.
He doesn't have screen share turned on?
You don't understand with StreamYard. Eric is the only person that can control what actually goes up on the screen. I can turn my screen share on, but nobody's going to see it. He's got to actually hit the button to go to my screen share.
Okay.
If he's not here, and I don't have the credentials to log into StreamYard and take it over from him, plus I'm pretty sure that would screw up the broadcast, we got to wait for him to get back.
If
All
you
right.
haven't seen, for example, my visual cue of bringing something up from the very bottom of the screen, that's usually my visual cue, Eric, to bring up a screen share.
Yeah, Eric is our producer, and he is the only one that can control the camera options as far as who's in, who's out, what the layout is, screen share, etc.
So
all right.
In that case,
so we're kind of stuck. So we can sit here and wax poetic a little bit more about something.
I have an idea.
Actually, I have a question.
I was going to say we could plug the future week schedules and let people know what they can.
Oh, we could. I don't know how long Eric's. I don't know how long Eric's going to be. So we can.
So we'll go with your question first, then we'll go future.
We would normally have the graphic here, but again, we don't have Eric. I'm sorry for the visual viewers, and I say viewer.
I can somewhat use
but don't do that, John.
Just pretend that there's a little. Just pretend that there's a little graphic that says I've got a question at the bottom of your screen, Toby.
Excluding, and I'm going to say this because we've already discussed this one at length. Excluding Craig Ferguson, who would you have replace Drew Carey and George Gray, and why? Actually, no, sorry. I will give you the option. I'm going to give you the option of the question because there are two questions that I wanted to ask. And I don't know if we'll get I don't know if we'll get this other one in next week. Because I already have a feeling that clip show is going to go hyper long anyways. We can either go to who replaces Drew and why, or we can talk about, or I can ask you what your revised and final ratings are for each of the eras of The Price is Right and the show overall.
We'll wait for Eric to get back to do ratings, so we'll talk about the Drew thing right now.
Okay. Because I know we said at the very beginning, at the very end, we would give everybody the opportunity to revise their ratings, having gone through debate and discussion as the month went on. So,
all right,
I guess we'll go ahead and do who replaces Drew and why then.
Excluding Craig Ferguson,
excluding Craig Ferguson, because we already waxed poetic on that for like 30 minutes.
I have an outside of the box choice that I think would appeal to television. What's the word I'm looking for here? The modern television viewer.
I'm still here, by the way, John. You're going to need to unmute for a moment. I'm going to try to get a hold of Eric to see what happened to him.
Okie dokie.
Since he's been gone for a good 10 minutes now, at least.
All right, go ahead, throw.
All right. I might catch some heat for this, but I think he would fit. I think that he has the credentials in order to be able to pull something like this off. He's never hosted a game show before, but he has hosted a nationally syndicated talk radio show. He has hosted a series of reality shows. He is very much entrenched in American culture. Ryan Seacrest.
Oh. The successor to Dick Clark on the Rockin' Eve. Interesting choice. If I may answer the question.
Ignore me calling you, Eric. We were getting concerned because you were gone for a good 15 minutes.
Long story. Explain off air.
Everything okay?
Yes.
That's all that matters.
So
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Answer that question of who besides Craig Ferguson to succeed in eventually hosting The Price.
Well, we have two questions, but the first one is who, excluding Craig, because we waxed poetic about Craig already.
Who's the next host?
Who replaces Drew and George Gray, and why?
Well, I don't know who replaces George Gray just because it's such a clusterfuck of announcers and stuff. So,
I would say for an announcer, I'm blanking on the name for the moment, but have someone pull a double dip from over Sony Pictures Studios from Wheel of Fortune.
Johnny Gilbert?
Not Gilbert, no, not Jeopardy. The one who replaced Charlie O'Donnell when he passed away on Wheel.
Oh, Jim something.
Jim, yeah. Take him. He's got some recognition already. Give the man some face time. But the host, I'm going to pull one out of left field. She was someone we thought could not be a game show host and was going to fail and not pay tribute and do justice to her predecessor from many decades ago. I speak of somebody who's hosting over on ABC in the Summer of Fun and Games, your current host of Press Your Luck, Elizabeth Banks.
I don't think ABC would let her do it. Eric?
I am honestly, because I hadn't even thought about it, really.
Is the Schwab stumped?
Yes! Because I'm sorry, like this, I can't necessarily think of a name right away outside of Craig that I would be like, ooh, give him a shot on Price is Right. It's like I'm coming up with nothing.
As a second choice in the case that Elizabeth Banks is not available, go with another comedian. A fluffy comedian.
He wouldn't
No.
work. He
No.
wouldn't work on Price.
No.
Toby has an interesting choice, actually. Toby suggests Jay Leno.
I don't really think with Jay Leno, it's kind of a lateral move, if not going backwards.
I mean, he's already currently hosting a game show.
And?
I'm just pointing out that he is currently hosting a syndicated game show called You Bet Your Life.
Okay.
Groucho Marx was a late night stand-up comedian guy before he got his game show. The role works for Jay Leno. The Price is Right is not and should not become the golden standard of where stand-up comedians go to get a game show gig.
What's your choice, Brian?
The problem is when you take Craig Ferguson out of the equation, I actually also get stumped because I do think Craig Ferguson is a natural, good progressive move.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know anybody offhand that I think can step into the role.
All right.
Not immediately. However, I will tell you, I do have the announcer. 100%. Rich Fields.
Bringing him back.
He was done absolutely dirty on the original Go.
You damn right.
And he misses the show.
Mm-hmm.
He loved the show. He obviously did very good on the show. He fits into the culture. I think he helps bring back the announcers involved in the showcase thing, like, you know, his predecessors Johnny O and Rod Roddy did, which I don't really see that much out of George Gray, to be honest with you. But I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm a little bit at a loss on who could be a suitable replacement for the host currently.
Harry Broadhurst is on mute.
Harry. Yeah, I tend to do that a lot. I think you have a decent line of thinking along the line of the ABC Fun and Games lineup, but I think you have the wrong person if they were to go that route. I think there's somebody else that I think would fit the Price is Right a little bit better. Somebody that has the natural charisma, that has honestly has the more mainstream appeal just because of his multiple appearances in other different various facets of entertainment as well. You say Elizabeth Banks, I say Michael Strahan.
Ooh.
It's not bad. I would definitely like to see some auditions.
Strahan's done a fantastic job with the $100,000 pyramid.
He really has. He really has.
Uh-oh. I know what that face means.
Idea face, but distorted?
It just hit me. You guys are talking about ADC Fun and Games female hosts and all that.
Or male hosts.
Who is it?
Get Leslie Jones off a supermarket sweep?
Oh, hell no.
No, but you were exactly in the 100% right line of thought, Harry. David Ruprecht can say, fuck supermarket sweep. Let him have Price. He already has the experience hosting the live shows.
That's what I was about to say. And
if Rich Fields doesn't want to leave WTSP here in Tampa, you pair him with Randy West, who also has the experience hosting actual national Price is Right. and you have the best damn game show on television right now, bar nothing. In fact, I will go so far to say that that would be a better pairing than Craig Ferguson and Josh Robert Thompson or Shadow Stevens.
And 6 runs to Espinoza for the choice.
5 runs.
You can't get a 5.
Yes, you can, but it's rare.
This is a rare situation we're talking about. 5 runs.
No, 6 is better. Because
Yeah.
trust me, 5 you would either need.
No, this
buys
was
or-
Eric will get this reference. This was a fucking Hawkeye cared 90-meter ball.
Yeah.
To
Couldn't
your
have said
other,
it better.
Okay.
to your
Better analogy.
Enough of the analogies. The point is simple.
Yes.
Ruprecht, West, give them price. The ratings are going to shoot through the roof.
Craig Ferguson is the outside the park home run. Your combo is the inside the park home run. Different means, same result.
No, I think you
No.
flip that, but the reference you make makes sense, but I think you flip it.
You do. Ferguson is the
Ferguson
4.
is the guaranteed in the park home run. Ruprecht is it's going, gone.
We're not there yet, Toby. Sorry.
The second question that was posited.
Yeah,
Final
let's-
ratings.
Yes, this is your chance to re-rate or regrade.
All right, I'm
or
gonna
cement your opinion on anything we've talked about so far.
I'm gonna
through
snap
the entire month.
I'm gonna snap these off rapid fire. The Colin 50s version, I'm gonna stay at the Colin 50s version. I'm gonna stay at about a 60. It's okay. The problem is I don't like the strictly one bid format of it. Bob Barker gets a 100. I said that before. I stand by it. Period. End of discussion. Greatest game show host for a game show ever. Period. I still give Drew an 85. I love Drew Carey. I think that he has done more than justice to the show, especially with the modernization of price that's come with it. Yes, he is not as sociable as Bob Barker was, but let's be real. Who wants to be the guy that followed in Bob Barker's footsteps? Dennis James. Honestly, I don't think I saw enough to be able to give him an accurate grade. I only saw like 2 full episodes on there. I only got around to watching one of them. So I'm going to give him an incomplete. Tom Kennedy, I'm going to give an 80. Slightly behind Drew, but better than Cullen. Kennedy's chops for game shows help him in this spot. And the reason I say that is because he has that experience. He has that, as Eric would say, that je ne sais quoi about him, where you can buy him as a viable host for an American institution such as Price. Davidson is a 70. And the reason Davidson is a 70 is nothing to do with Davidson himself.
I'll take that.
It is everything to do with the format. Because Davidson himself is actually a bonus to that show because of the way that he interacts with the people playing the game, because of the way that he stays on top of the witticisms, because of the way that he keeps it flowing, keeps it moving, doesn't allow for a dead spot.
He's a young Bob Barker. He was there and he was on the side of the contestant.
And he was an everyman like Drew Carey as well. And that he's not like hoity-toity like Barker would be classified as. Barker would be classified as high society, whereas Doug Davidson is more of your everyman, even if he was appearing on a national soap opera on a day-to-day basis. He was still more of an everyman personality. I stand by what I said. When I first watched that episode with Doug Davidson, I could have sworn to God it was Ray Combs from Family Feud.
Do you give a grade to the April Fool's episode?
I have never seen the full episode.
Fair.
Sorry.
As Eric was
What grade would you give the salutes to the troops or the $1 Million Spectacular or both as a single grade? The rest of the primetime specials.
Put it right around the same level as Carey, about an 85. Not as good as Barker by himself, But there are definitely moments from these primetime specials and the salutes to the troops and stuff that stand out in the lores of Price is Right history. Mr. Watkins, revisionist history, your overall rating for each of the eras of the Price is Right.
I am staying the same. Cullen a 95 because, again, for the format and everything and what it was at that time, perfect.
Cullen to 65.
No, my grade was a 95.
Oh, 95. Okay, my mistake. Continue.
So, yes, great for what it was at that time. Barker, sticking with the 98. Again, perfection being unattainable, damn close as you're going to get. No, to quote one of my favorite YouTubers, Loki Doki, you want to get 100 from me? That is as rare as rocking horse shit.
Gentlemen, you agree to disagree?
For Drew Carey, again, sticking with a 73. I get it. And as someone who and I have personally kind of like faded away, I was one of the many that did not necessarily like it at first, but he grew on me as the show also grew as well. It's okay, good now, and I still stand by what I say for going into the future as we head through the remainder of the 2020s. Fight me on it.
There's James.
The Syndicated and
Syndicated and primetime spot. We're not grading Ferguson. We didn't talk enough about the actual Ferguson episode.
I have a grade for him, actually.
Fine, you can, but I'm not forcing everybody else to.
The primetime specials, I'm giving an 81. I love the themes, like how they're doing it, and I understand the tweaks, but outside of some, like really the big moments with the $1 Million Spectacular, they were pretty enhanced nighttime versions, but like average episodes outside of that. You add the theme and okay. Basically, it is going to sound weird, slapping a different coat of paint on it. With the
that's pretty much what we said it was in reality.
Yeah. And as far as with the nighttime versions, Dennis James, 90. Similar with Kennedy. They were, again, everything good. The format at work, they got hosting, they had it right with the bigger budget and everything. Great. Davidson, it's a little bit tougher for me because honestly, and this is, again, weird, Davidson and all the format and everything would work a lot better now, more so than then. So if you gave me, and I watched a bit of Davidson, even though I was only like 8, 9 years old, I thought, 8-year-old me would have given it about a 62. Looking at it now, it's like 82 for the show by itself. Davidson gets about an extra 8, 9 points. Because again, so overall, I would say 91. Because if you gave me that today, I'd say, all right, I can tune in on this a much more regular basis.
I didn't hear you, Kennedy.
Kennedy, I gave the same as Dennis James, 90. Yeah.
John, we're going to go to you.
And I assume you have no Ferguson? I assume Eric has no Ferguson score.
No Ferguson score for me.
Okay. Cullen, I give an 80. Solid beat. Set the stage. The 50s were not so innovative. Barker, 98. Quote Eric. Carey, And here's where I've changed things a little bit. 86. He's a B-grade host. He's still got those bit of rough around the edges. Pandemic's hurting him a little bit, but I understand that's not of his control, but still affects the score. And somewhat poetically, he's about to get 86 from the show if the show is going to survive. Dennis James, 93. He's the old-timey gold standard. And the reason why you don't see many clips of him, which I've been holding off to the very end here, for co-prize era. That's why you won't see him. Kennedy is the number 2 host of a permanent set for this show. I give him a 95. He got a raw deal. Now Brian's probably going to be giving me the death glare because I'm about to mention Davidson. He's probably wondering, what the hell is Nielsen going to say about this guy?
Look, I'm not going to hold whatever you say against you.
Before today.
While we're on air.
No, in general. I value and respect his opinion.
Before today, he would have been at 55. The show was a failure. With the conversation we had today, and sort of where I've finally settled, giving it the true focus I really should have been in the first place. Because I was one of those kept saying, what is this crude bastardization? Give me a full hour. If you're going to do a Cindy, do it full hour, or, go back the way it was in the 70s because it worked then. Sure, modernize the set, okay. Davidson, I'm going to grade it 2 ways. Davidson as a host, the Davidson show as a whole. Davidson as a host is an 85.
Okay.
The show as a whole is a 73.
That's kind of the same. That's kind of the same way I looked at it. I don't think you can judge Davidson solely on the quality of the show because he didn't have any control over the formatting of it. I think he brought an energy to the show that was desperately needed.
Davidson had so little control over the actual show, it wasn't even funny.
Yeah, I think he brought an energy to the show that was desperately needed at the time in order to make that syndicated version work. And I like we talked about earlier, I do think it would have worked had it had the opportunity to do so. Did you want to rate Fergie real quick before we go to
Which I again say, Wolpert rolled craps when he made that show. The nighttime specials I just award a pass to. I believe their scores are better indicated by the host scores. Ferguson gets a 98. He rocked that fucker out of the park.
I mean, he hosted The Price is Right of all game shows, right?
Put a flag over my mouth.
That's Tutsi Frutzi. Now what's the come and a go?
Superb job.
And again, he did it with an animatronic skeleton, 2 interns, and a horse, and Shadow Stevens.
As good of a job hosting The Price is Right for one time on an April Fool's Day as Pat Sajak did hosting Jeopardy on an April Fool's Day in 1997. As good as Alex Trebek did hosting one episode of Wheel of Fortune on April Fool's Day, 1997. Those all get 98s in my book. Because they went in a foreign environment, brought the chops, made it happen.
All right. And we now go to my final thought. Actual true final thought. On all things Price is Right. I am, and you could pull me down for just a second because I would like the visual audience to see everybody's reactions. I am revising my score on Cullen.
Go on.
Toby, I tied him for a reason. Go ahead.
I am in the same boat as I believe it was Eric who said for the time it worked, but it was still utter crap. I know that's not what you want to hear over there, Mr. More of the historical older side of game shows.
No, sir, don't like it. Go ahead anyway.
But I am revising my score from an absolute 0. This is the worst thing I have ever watched. Because I can, in good conscience, award that to Cullen, because it isn't the worst. It isn't even close to the worst thing I have ever watched game show wise.
I have 3 words for you. Singled out YouTube.
That's not a game show.
Doggo. You heard me.
Frame.
And you can pull me back on full screen if you want now, Eric. I'm going to give Cullen Price a solid 60.
I'm okay with that.
It gets a pass, but it ain't the best. It ain't exactly impressing anybody. It's not something I'm writing home on a postcard about.
It's a D-.
Yeah. It gets the lowest technically acceptable passing grade that I can give it.
It does not progress to the next course in the chain. Go ahead.
And I'm going to go out of order here. And I have a reason for this. For Carrie, I go back and I'm going to use the grading standard that was applied when you guys did the brackets for this, and taking in the totality of Carrie's entire run. And to some extent of that, also the $1 Million Spectaculars are going to factor in here a little bit. Carrie, I give a solid 75 to. If we were talking about earlier in the run, or if the pandemic hadn't hit and Carrie hadn't lost the luster, if you will, of hosting the show, right? He still had, like, we've made the joke before, but the moment Drew Carey wasn't fat, he wasn't funny. And I don't mean to say that as like a snide remark. I legitimately, to an extent, mean that, right? Like, as Drew Carey, the person, has changed over the years hosting the show, the way he has hosted the show has also changed. And I think it has become a stark departure over the potential and the what could have been from when he initially first started hosting the show. I give Carey credit, and this is why he's at a 75 and honestly not lower. I would even go so far to say a 79. In fact, I will say a 79. For the simple fact that I appreciate the theme weeks, like, Dream Car giveaway, etc. I appreciate the April Fool's specials. I appreciate the Halloween specials. 100%. That's kind of carrying Carrie, no pun intended, in my book right now. Dennis James, I give a solid 70 average. Wasn't impressed, wasn't disgusted, for lack of a better term. Kennedy, I give a solid 92. The only thing I think honestly could have made Kennedy better, and I know this is going to sound really weird, but given Tom Kennedy's hosting style, if they gave him Gene Wood as an announcer.
If you mention that,
if they had given Tom Kennedy Gene Wood as an announcer, I think that could have been the best pairing that Price is Right ever had.
Sir, you forgot what I said earlier. They did when Johnny O passed. They gave him Gene Wood.
I'm going to have to go find these episodes because I sure as hell haven't seen them.
There ain't many. But that's what they did.
But I think that would be a golden combination. I loved Kennedy, as I believe Harry said, the prior hosting chops and background that Kennedy had definitely suited him well for the fast-paced action of The Price is Right. And let it not be any surprise to anyone, look at staff memoirs and people that have been on The Price is Right. Look at Perfect Bid, right, as an example. The Price is Right is a very fast-paced show. If you don't have the energy to deal with that, you can't do Price justice. I think Drew Carey has lost that, which is part of the reason why I've ranked him overall lower. But Kennedy had it. He knocked it out of the park. I don't mean to say this in any bad way against Johnny Olson, but Kennedy deserved a different announcer. I don't want to say better announcer, but he deserved a different announcer. Since we're talking about Craig Ferguson, I give Craig Ferguson a 92. Damn good. Plain and simple. When you can do an entire Price is Right episode with 2 interns in a fake horse, an animatronic skeleton being powered by a voiceover actor, and Shadow Stevens, yeah. You deserve to have the fucking show for all I care. Getting to Bob Barker. And yes, I'm intentionally saving Davidson for last because I think I'm going to shock all of you with what I have to say about Davidson. Bob Barker, I give a 99. For the simple premise of, and I'm going to steal a rule from John over there, which is also one of my own. Perfection is an unattainable ideal.
What? You're quoting the rules?
You will never see me give a 100 on this show. Ever. There is only 2 shows that I would even consider it. And I'm sure you probably could guess what those 2 are.
Millionaire and Sweep?
Yes.
Rule 12, by the way.
Regis Millionaire.
Regis Millionaire and
Ruprecht
David
Sweep.
and David Ruprecht Randy West Sweep. Specifically. I give Bob Barker a 99. There is no greater nostalgia or definition of Americana in pop culture than The Price is Right with Bob Barker and Rod Roddy. Or Bob Barker and Johnny Olson. Although Johnny Olson's before my time. I love and respect Johnny Olson, but for me, it's Rod Roddy. Or even Bob and Rich Fields. But Bob Barker's version of The Price is Right was so flawlessly executed, designed, mastered, and implemented that there are very few shows in television that I think will ever top it. And specifically top Bob Barker's run of it. The man hosted the show for 25 years or 35 years. You're not going to get anybody to beat that. The closest thing you can get to that, honestly, as far as television goes, is Don Francisco and Sábado Gigante. With that said, or sorry, I realized I'm missing the $1 million specials and just the other primetime specials in general. I give the summer of 02 specials, the salutes to the troops, I give that a solid 95. It was a very, very good move and very necessary move at the time of the country, that the time of the country was in, to do that. and they were very well executed and done. The $1 million spectaculars, I give them a 79.80, like a 79.5. I'm getting that specific.
Do you round up? Is it 79.5B or 79.5C?
And that's the problem. The $1 million spectaculars, as a couple of my other co-hosts here have said, really came down to the fact that somebody at CBS pulled out the American Express black card, got a new coat of paint out of the warehouse, and put Bob Barker in a tuxedo and said, here you go. Here's your 8 p.m. time slot. Go do you.
And gave him the keys to the studio.
And gave him the keys to the studio. Bob Barker knocked it out of the park. Drew Carey, I think, tarnishes it a little bit, at least at the beginning. But it loses points for the fact that, to me, it felt like they were stunting. And especially with Drew Carey actually getting $1 million winners. A couple of them I think he handled absolutely amazingly. And some of them he was just like, you win $1 million. Just all like, not in a like selling it casually for dramatic effect kind of way. Just like kind of the same way that he delivered the perfect bid. It's a no sell. To kind of use a wrestling term there. He just no sold it. And that brings the primetime $1 million spectaculars down for me. Moving on to Davidson.
Brian, since you said you're going to surprise us with this, can we get a 4 shot on the screen? Because I think people are going to be wanting to see our reactions to this.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, please. I'm certain the three of you are probably expecting me to give Davidson a 95 or better.
Not that high.
And Eric is muted.
90, perhaps.
I was, but since you said that I'm going to be shocked, now I'm not.
For as much as I love Davidson, and as quick as I am to come to defense of the format, I will also be the first to admit that the format didn't come without its flaws. And I think I evidenced that this evening. And I think I'm going to follow suit with what the rest of you guys did, which is something that's kind of been mulling through my head for the past few minutes here. The new Price is Right as a format, for me, considering the fact that it is 1994, we're kind of getting into the height of the MTV grunge era, gets a solid 80B. Doug Davidson hosting brings it up dramatically for me, actually. And I would bring it up to a 92. However, the overall score drops dramatically for me. At the end of the day, I give it a 77. The reason for this is not because of the format and not because of Davidson, but quite frankly, because of Paramount. The fact that the people in charge of the show's actual livelihood could bungle it in such a fashion that, quite frankly, I think deprives us of what I can have and would continue to argue as the greatest syndicated format that Price is Right has had. For Paramount to butt fumble it to the point that they did.
So that's a yes. Okay.
Brings the show's value down dramatically in my eyes, because I think that the show was robbed of the opportunity to actually come into its own and be a good version. And with that said, if you want to go to screen share, we're going to get Bob Barker's thoughts on Doug Davidson.
Rod, yes, sir. We were just talking with the audience here about the confusion over this syndicated Price is Right.
Yes,
the
Bob.
fact that people think that because they have those promos on the air saying the new Price is Right with the new host, that we don't still have the old Price is Right with his old host. And I think CBS is doing some promos, aren't they, to try to straighten this out?
Well, they said they would, Bob.
Well, they shot them last week, I heard.
That's some confusion there.
Well, their life is confusing. And also, we're doing some guest appearances and so on to try to convince people that we're still here.
That the old Price is Right is still here, and the old announcer is still here, too.
What does that old announcer have for us next?
Well, let's see. The old announcer this time is going to say, Jennifer Giambardo, come on down. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right.
Does he talk about it further than this? I don't believe so.
That's right. Beautiful than you were 20. All right, Jennifer, what do you think?
Yeah, no, that's just the one bid. Okay. And then we have a second clip from 1995, shortly after or right before it got the big ugly axe.
Rod, you into that ticket plug that I said the daytime show that we're doing new shows on our regular schedule. I did that deliberately because, you know, in your travels, have you discovered that this nighttime syndicated show has caused some confusion?
Oh, yes. A lot of people were confused, Bob, because they thought you were retiring or that we were going off the air. That's not
someone
true.
called here. They thought I'd die.
Well, I didn't want to say that. But
reports of my death are exaggerated, as Mark Twain said.
But a lot of people were confused because, you know, it's been promoted as the new Price is Right. This is the Price is Right, Bob.
You're right. Or as Janice says, this is the original Price is Right. That's what it is. I wanted to do some promos where I would say, you know how they refer to the other one as the new Price is Right with the new host. I wanted to say this is the old Price is Right with the old host. And Rob said, and with the old announcer. And Janice has been on the show for 23 years, ever since we started. She said, I am not the old model. She said, I am the original model. I am the original model. But the point is that we tape Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays at CBS, Beverly and Fairfax and Hollywood, and we're taping on a regular schedule of the daytime show. Nothing has changed, so don't become confused. Stick with us, please. All right, Rod, who's next?
I have some good news. If your name is Tamara Zipain.
That's, yeah. I honestly, and I saved those. I wanted to play those earlier, but part of me feels that I think those mentions on air probably had some much more serious machinations off air, which also led to the demise of the show. I don't want to say Bob Barker felt threatened, but Bob Barker usually doesn't get that playful on air like that and cut time out of a very fast-paced show to wax poetic about his quote-unquote competitor.
There might have been some tensions between CBS and Paramount in those days. But I'll tell you one thing that our audience should be glad for. As we just crossed the 4-hour mark, we're ready to finally close this show out. Mr. Broadhurst, please commence taking us out of here. And taking yourself off mute first.
I had to catch my breath in order to get the long-winded outro out. You have been listening to Life is Like a Game Show, The Price is Right Deep Dive, Syndicates, Internationals, $1 Million Spectaculars, and Primetime Tributes.
And the future.
A presentation of the W2M Network online at W2Mnet.com. In addition, you can find us on all of your favorite podcasts, listening, and video services such as iTunes, iHeartRadio, Stitcher, Spreaker, Podbean, CastBox, Google Pods, Apple Pods, Overcast. Rate and review us 5 stars on Spotify, and make sure you guys check out the Discord, link available in the show description. In addition, you can also find us in video format by going to either Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, or Facebook. W2M Network on Twitch, W2M Net everywhere else. Did I do it again, Eric?
You did it again. W2M Net.
You should have flipped when you should have flipped when you should have flopped instead of flip flop. Because you can flip flop or flip flop.
Yeah,
we're going to talk about flip flop next week.
I flipped, I didn't flop, and I should have flopped instead of flipped. Anyways, whatever. You know what? We're 4 hours and 11 minutes into this. If you don't know where to find me and you've stuck with us this long, I don't know what to tell you because I don't feel like going through it all.
You know what? Fuck it. I have to say the same thing. If you've been here for 4 hours and 11 minutes and 50 seconds and you really don't know where to find us on this network because you just so happen to be tuning into us on a social media platform right here this very second, just go back and watch the beginning of the show. We've been here a long time. At the time of recording, it's currently 4:34 a.m. Eastern, which I believe is the time zone for all 4 of us, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's been a long show.
Did he get muted? Because I didn't hear a damn word he just said.
Yes. Because
hey, John, guess what? You got to do that again because it was muted.
HEB the Eagle, the Indesian, Squid Sports Set, Lilag's Land Speed Record achieved. JTN 2002 for yours truly.
You have been watching Life is Like a Game Show, Price is Right Deep Dive Part 4, a presentation, the W2M Network. We'll see you guys next week for the Clip Show. I'm going to bed.